Dong, dong, dong. Ding, 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 dong. It's time for the intro show. Before I get started, I'd like to go over our standard pre-stream warning. This stream may not be family friendly. This stream may not be child appropriate. This stream may not be appropriate for any audience at any time for any reason whatsoever, whensoever, whosoever, wheresoever, or howsoever. I tend to curse a lot. Sometimes I can go a couple hours. Sometimes it's every other word. My chat tends to get a bit on the spicy side. Adult situations, conversations, words, and undergarments may be discussed. If you were easily triggered, easily offended, anything I just said does not sound appealing, or you just don't like the sound of my voice, the kid-friendly streams are down the hall and to the left. Without further ado, let's get some music going. Say hello to Sorkpleb and Corpy, and let's get into this. Welcome, 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 everybody. How are we doing today? It's Thursday, and we have achieved, I have seen 14.7 terawatts. Unfortunately, I saw 14.73 terawatts, and not the 14.575. 14.757. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm supposed to get. I'm supposed to get to 14.757 terawatts. 14.757. I can type better than I can talk. You get used to it. I'm sure a lot of you guys who watched me before already know I can't talk. Englishing is hard. Leave me alone. So I have turned off nuclear water again. Because we were fighting with a lot of stuff with the sulfuric acid yesterday. Sulfuric acid just didn't want to flow properly. We had an issue with where I literally wasn't putting enough iron into the sulfur to make the sulfuric acid, and then we had pipe issues. Because of course, in pipe issues, Kiri! Lately I've not had much time to follow your playthrough, but I'll do a quick recap from previous stream. Do you know already what's next when this project ends? Yes, I am going to take at minimum a 4-week break from Satisfactory. I will continue to stream, but it will be other games because I like this game. I really like this game. You guys seem to really like this game. You guys really seem to like me playing this game, watching me do this game. So I don't want to burn out on this game. And I've been playing this game virtually non-stop for the last 8 months. If I'm not playing this game, I've literally been playing Oxygen Not Included just to kind of give myself a little breather. So we're going to take a small break from Satisfactory. And we'll probably be looking into what other games, because I've got maybe another week of troubleshooting this power plant. Because as much as I would really love to use the rest of the iron and the copper and the limestone on this map, I really don't want to at the same time. I get to the certain point where I reached my goal, and I can set more goals and stuff, but a lot of times it's like, what's the point? And yeah, I mean, it'd be kind of cool to say, you know, I used every single resource on this map. But at the same time, it's like, And now this playthrough has driven me kind of insane. A little bit more insane than I thought it would. And the next playthrough of Satisfactory is going to be even worse. Because the next playthrough, which will be coming back in September, we'll be doing Satisfactory September, will be my ultra hard. We're going to make it hard. We're going to make it really hard. We're going to do max space elevator parts multiplier. We're going to do max recipe cost multiplier. We're going to use max power consumption multiplier. Yeah, that's it. So basically, the 3 new multipliers in 1.2, we're going to crank to the max. And if that's not bad enough, we're going to run all impure nodes. And I'm going to let chat set some ground rules. One ground rule we already kind of talked about is I'm allowed to underclock, but only by a certain percent. I'm kind of looking at it as I'm not allowed to underclock all my machines, because that kind of helps defeat the whole power cost multiplier. Except for the fact, obviously, that is still going to be really painful, because I'm still going to have to deal with getting the resources for actually powering those machines, or actually building those machines. But yeah, I'm kind of looking like I can underclock like this, because all this is doing, this 81% here, these two are set to 81%, those 4 blenders are set to 81%, but that's only so I could set all of these big boys to a full 250, and I wasn't running them all at some weird ass clock speed. Like, yeah, we gotta go down there. Because a lot of people who watch this playthrough know I have a really bad habit of, okay, I need 34 machines, and if I set 34 machines to 249.0875 or something, they all run evenly. We come over here, you'll notice, never mind, not these. I gotta have some machine here that's got it. Well, time to lurk. I appreciate the lurk, Sork. And thanks for yeah, see, I got a really, really funky clock speed here. And they're all running that clock speed. No tweaks to nodes, purities. Like I said, all impure nodes. But things that have not been situated with that is, what is my overarching goal? Is it just to complete the space elevator? Or what? I decided today that even though my mind was telling me otherwise, that this time I wouldn't just sit and watch while the Phase 5 parts get made. I decided to put the game on pause and try to come up with something new myself. Yeah. See, that's my thing. I've done the space elevator 3 freaking times now. In this playthrough, we got through the space elevator in what, like a week? It didn't take very long to get through the space elevator. And I'm definitely of the opinion that, yes, the 1000X space elevator parts is a nice change, but it doesn't really make the game harder. It just makes it take longer. It's not really a difficulty boost. It's just, it takes longer, which is fantastic. Especially if you're playing with friends, and everybody goes out and does their own thing, and it's all cooperative. Like, okay, you're gonna go over and tackle fuel power so we can get aluminum production going, and you're gonna go over and get the heavy modular frames going. I'm gonna build a factory that turns those heavy modular frames and those aluminums into fused modular frames. The other person's gonna go over there. You're gonna grab all the copper you can and make a big ass copper powder factory so we can turn those fused modular frames into nuclear pasta, blah, 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 blah. That's awesome. And that's great. That's kind of how I look at cooperative should be played. Because 2 individual people with individual build styles and individual ideas trying to build a single factory is a pain in the rumpus. No reason to be sorry. I talk fast sometimes, especially when I'm excited. Okay, so we got another pipe here that is not behaving itself. And I know for a fact I have fought with this pipe before, so let's go see if it's a nitric problem or not. Are you going to publish the save or send it to someone? The save is live on my Discord. I posted it last night. There is no more building to do. All that's left to do is troubleshoot and make everything actually work. Now, bear in mind, this save, you're not really going to do anything else with it. It is pure, unadulterated power. But yes, it is available for free on my Discord. And if you would like my Discord link, it's either in the description or you can type in !Discord in the chat and my handy dandy bot will send you a link. I'll post a link. It won't send you anything. That's creepy. Oh, I remember this pipe. I know why this pipe is such a pain in the butt. No, actually, never mind. Never mind. Wrong pipe. This pipe is literally right here. This was me trying to do some shit with nitric. Why? We're full on rocket fuel. Why are we? Yep, hold on. Nope, nitric. It's fucking nitric. Let's get rid of this crap. Yeah, it's a nitric issue. Yeah, of course. For anybody who's ever said, "Ow, nitric acid, nitrogen's easy. It doesn't have to worry about head lift or anything." I have been struggling with nitrogen. And the nice thing is, if anybody wasn't aware, Total Eclipse actually just published a very good video on fluids in Satisfactory, in which he got the GOAT of fluids himself to make sure all the information is correct. And by the GOAT of fluids, I mean the guy who literally wrote the fluids manual. I think a lot of us are familiar with the fluid manual. Oh, and somebody remind me when Physox gets here. I have an idea for him. I got me an idea. Okay, so we're going to check every blender on this row. Looking at this pipe right here. And we're going to see which blender is being a pain in the ass.
Leaving the designated zone has been reviewed by other pioneers. Quote,
87%.
Really
and that's freaking nitric acid being a problem, or nitrogen being a problem. 88%. Nitrogen gas. 99%. 100%. So this pipe of nitrogen is again being a pain in my patookus. Man, nitrogen's easy. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, sure it is. I am so tempted to go set up a drone farm to bring nitrogen over. It's this pipe right here. As you see, that is not 600 per minute. I have sloshing in my nitrogen pipe. Someone please explain to me how a gas has freaking sloshing. And then somebody please explain to Coffee Stain how gases work when you put them under pressure in a damn pipe. Hold on, give me a second. I don't have a moderator in chat at the moment, so I gotta do that myself. Oh, that's weird. There's another chatter who stuff is showing in my chat log, but it's not showing in the actual YouTube chat. That's weird. Okay, so it's this pipe, not that pipe, this pipe right here. So it's, god damn it, this pipe. want to say it was that pipe right there. Obviously, you can kind of tell I've had problems with this pipe before. Skin audits with the hospital is still... Skin audits when the hospital is full effing sucks. I can see that. Okay, so now that pipe is full. This is what I hate. And like I said, Total Eclipse did a really, really good job explaining how pipes function. Because I've been trying to come up with some way to actually like illustrate that. And he did a really, really good job. So, if Total Eclipse ever happens to watch this video, you, sir, are freaking awesome. Like I always say, I will give props when props are due. And I definitely don't think I'm the best Satisfactory creator in the world. There's people that are a hell of a lot better than I am. Now, I know there has been some stipulation on people that have insanely massive pipe issues, or pipes like mine, having a issue when you first load the safe. And it was said that that's been fixed. But I'm not sure, because I think that when a lot of people think of a lot of pipe, they don't think of my level of a lot of pipe. But I think most of us will agree. This is a little, it's a little above. A lurky, lurky, yep. Do, do, do. Oh, I think I can do this one more time. So, boop. Who got him? Who got him? Oh, Mr. Island Boy, Always Noob, Tanimal, Emberwing, and Psycho's Asylum all just got gifted free memberships. Because I can do that now. I can only give away 10 of those every month, so I wanted to get those out now that I can do that. So if you did not get a membership, they don't really do anything right now because I don't have any members only videos. I will probably start putting videos up members only for like the first 24 hours. And I can't run ads, so you know, you don't get the ability to not have to watch ads on my channel, because everybody gets that ability. So there's not really a lot of point in like having a membership to my channel right this second, but I'm gonna work on that. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and snip this pipe. Why am I snipping this pipe? Because this will force this one to fill up with rocket fuel, which means it will not be consuming any nitric acid. And if it cannot consume any nitric acid, this one gets all the extra, and it can't send any more rocket fuel out because it's full. So it's going to fill up with nitric acid, which means this one will fill up with nitric acid. But like I said, I'm really tempted just to drone all my nitrogen over. I have plutonium fuel rods. They go really, really far in drones. And I believe a single packager, when it comes to when it comes to nitrogen, not nitric acid, when it comes to nitrogen, a single packager can handle a full pipe. I don't really see any reason why a single drone can't handle one pipe. I'm going to let these fill up to 50 nitric acid, which means they're full. And then I'll hook this line back up. The biggest problems with that come down to the sheer size of a drone port. Okay, so you're all filled up. Switch this back to straight mode and hook that up. Bam! And kick it up a notch. Bam! But how is everybody doing on this fabulous Thursday? And I am just insanely happy that even though it doesn't look like it right now, let's turn that up a little bit. Let's turn that up a little bit. There we go. Go, baby, go. Amazing. I flip a switch and we jump. We go from 8 terawatts to 14. Because for anybody who doesn't know why I just flipped, all of my water extractors that are underneath my nuclear plant are hooked up to a single wire. So all I have to do is flippy a little switchy. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 519. You are amazing and awesome and fantastic. And I appreciate the hell out of you. It's definitely not 14.7, but I did just have an entire pipe of rocket fuel turned off. That may not sound like much. I've got 78 freaking pipes of rocket fuel. I turned off one, but that feeds 60 fuel gens, all running at 240% overclock, which means they are giving me 600 megawatts apiece, and that gets multiplied by 3.1. That's 111 gigawatts. Every single one of these pipes. So, that's a lot of power. That single pipe is probably more power than what a lot of people's entire factories consume. And now that we got I is hungry too. But now the single biggest issue I have is getting rid of all of that uranium waste. And the second biggest problem I have, we're gonna put these up on the board. I haven't done this in a hot minute. Problems. Rubber. Which kind of sulfuric acid. Yeah, that's kind of the two big ones. There we go. So, rubber, sulfuric acid, fuel to turbo, turbo to rocket, and just general stability. So we'll try to get those balanced out. The worst thing about this whole thing, and we did this multiple times yesterday, every time I turn nuclear water on, I've got to let this whole system fill up. And this whole system is based around smart splitters. So blender, we got blender 1 and 2. We're just going to call this 1, and we'll call this 2. So pair 1, pair 2. Pair 2 can't fill up until pair 1 is filled up. Pair 3 can't fill up until pair 2 and pair 1 is filled up, and so on and so forth. These pipes of nuclear waste, uranium waste, whatever you want to call it, they're pretty balanced. This one here should be running at 1075, which, if anybody's used conveyor throughput monitors, you know they can be off by 1 to 2. The pipe is 34 meters long and goes up. How is head lift only 29 meters? Is it coming out of something? Just the pump. Oh, remember the pump is, or before the pump, like, is it coming out of an extractor? Is it coming out of a refinery? Is it coming? Because remember, all of those give 10 meters of head lift to begin with, and the head lift begins at the middle of the pipe, not the bottom of the pipe. But a powered pump should reset the head lift. So I have no freaking clue. Water pump, and it's about 300 meters high. I don't know. Maybe you messed up on measuring. You know, it's not like any of us around here ever mess up on math or numbers. And God knows I'm not infallible at that subject. I am the definition of fallible. Goddamn momentum. If anybody doesn't know what I mean when I complain about momentum, if you ride a belt and then engage your hover pack, whatever direction that belt was sending you is still set to your character when you go into the air. Once you land, whatever direction you had been traveling on a belt gets applied to you the second you land. It was working for hours, and I went to work, and it stopped when I got off. Yeah, I have no idea, man. I mean, I don't know if you saw the nitrogen issue I just had. That's been running stable for freaking days now, but today when I loaded up the save, nope. Like I was saying earlier about Total Eclipse released a video on fluids, and he said something about having him and the goat of fluids look at saves to try to diagnose them. I'm pretty tempted to say, here, diagnose this. I think there's an issue with pipes if they've been running for a longer time. Yeah, there were some talks. That's kind of the worst thing is I'm definitely not the most knowledgeable person when it comes to this game or anything. And there's much more knowledgeable people out there that I am not in communication with. Now, unfortunately, until this entire system fills up, I won't really know if I've got my sulfuric acid running correctly or not. It really sucks. Hello, Twitch land. Hello, Casper land. Yeah, so right now I'm just trying to let this fill up. Looks like the first section's almost filled. The first belt that feeds onto here. Looks like it's filling up the last machine on its that it needs to fill up. This belt still has a little bit more to fill up. It's got to fill up. Oh, that one's filled. Now full. It's got these two blenders to fill, and then that belt takes care of the third, and yeah, whatever. We'll get there. We will get there. We'll make it happen, like always. Is it going to happen well? Probably not. Did you ever make up your mind on what game is next? Nope. Because my problem is, if I'm going to stream it on YouTube, I need to stick with this genre. And the problem with that is, I kind of feel like if I keep playing games in the same genre, I'm more likely to burn out on that genre. I know in 2027, the beginning of 2027, I am going to make a drastic departure and go into RPGs. Now we're going to play through the original Final Fantasy VII. We're going to play through remake. We're going to play through remake, rebirth, and then Revelation when it comes out. Maybe Crisis Core. Might do the OG 7 and then Crisis Core and then remake, rebirth, Revelation. Yeah, I need to actually check that out. I know Amaya wants to see me play O&I again. She likes all the cute critters. The problem comes down to, like, I'm worried about hurting my YouTube algorithm. And from the best I've ever been told, the easiest way to not do that is stick with the same genre of game. But it comes down to what the hell genre does YouTube classify Satisfactory? I mean, I could easily do Resident Evil 9. I've got access to that. But I don't really want to get into another multi-thousand-hour game. Because I just want to take a short break from Satisfactory. I only want like a couple weeks off. And I know if I get into another multi-thousand-hour game, that's not a couple weeks. Minecraft Skyblock for Casper. Yeah, I don't see Casper playing Minecraft. I see her playing Minecraft less than I see me playing Minecraft. Now, seeing stuff on this belt here, this is my technically overflow belt. That should only be getting anything if this system is full. This side is full, but this side's almost always full. I don't really empty this side out. This side is getting full. And I could, theoretically. The problem is that belt there only requires 1,000 barrels per minute. And I could probably go over to my nuke plant and figure out how to pull the other 87 barrels off that line and run it down this line. But that takes this line from 1,100 to 1,187. That's dangerously close to that 1,200. I don't like that. I would rather have that 100 barrel buffer. But this line doesn't even take a full 1,000. Because somewhere in this first, I think it's the first one or first two. Maybe the first one. Yep. One of these four, yeah, 81%. And 81%. That's only 20.25, so that's 40.5 plus 62.5. So 62.5 times 2 plus, what did I say? 20.25, so 40.5. So that's 165.5. And then 62.5 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So change this to 14. It's 915.5 that this line needs out of the 1,100. So there's 184.5 too many barrels on this line, plus the 87 too many barrels on that line. So it's 271.5 barrels. To a point, I love being able to do the parentheses. So we should be getting 200. Should only get to like 271 on this. The problem is, and this is a huge problem, I can only process. I only get down to the 271.5 when all these blenders are running. Until all these blenders are running, they're not consuming all their waste, which means, well, they can't consume all their waste, but they're not being fed all their waste, which means not all these are actually getting their spicy broccoli. If they're not getting their spicy broccoli, they're not consuming their portion of the waste, which means more is being sent over this way. So that part I still need to figure out. Will it balance itself out, or will it back up? Because, again, bear in mind, I don't have anything extra to process anything extra. I don't think you can get rid of uranium waste with iron, limestone, or copper. Silica, nitric acid, sulfuric acid, plutonium pellets, or fertile uranium, which is one recipe I'm not going to use because I don't have any spare uranium. I don't have any spare SAM to make more uranium. And I would definitely argue that 15 barrels to make 20 non-fissile is a more efficient consumption of the barrels than the 5 waste and 5 uranium to make 20 non-fissile. Once I make the barrels, once they become waste, I am more interested in the most efficient recipes to get rid of the waste. I'm not looking to make the most non-fissile uranium I possibly can. I'm not looking to make the most plutonium pellets I can. I'm not looking to make the most plutonium cells or plutonium rods. I don't care about making the most of those. I just want to get rid of as much of the waste as I can. That is my only freaking goal. Get rid of the waste, make it go bye-bye. Yeah, see, like, this machine's not even running at 100%. Until this machine completely fills up. I've explained manifolds quite a few times. Basically, every time it hits a splitter, it either goes one direction, another direction, or the other direction. I only got 2 belts on, so it's either, in this case, left or center. Well, if left is full, doesn't need anymore, then everything goes down the center. Bow, bow. Once those 2 machines fill up, this literally becomes a 50-50 split here. I don't need that splitter there. But this has to be getting enough to hit 200 before it actually finishes construction. And if it can get up to over 200 before it finishes construction, that just means this can actually try to get up closer to 100%. And it crossed 200. So now this line is full. How about this one? Are you full? You got all your tasty goodness? I'd say so. It's running at 100%. You're fine. Which means I am now consuming all the waste I can over here. Let's go look at the actual waste belts coming in. Yeah, no, none of them look to be backed up. That's a win. 1075, 1100, 1100, 1100. Instead of paying the ass to read. So that number should actually start decreasing down to whatever the number I said, 271. Should be around that number. Obviously, conveyor throughput monitors bounce all over the place. They're never really all that accurate unless you've got a pretty good flow. We'll let this actually calibrate. Like right now, I obviously don't want to see 500 coming through that. But that's kind of the problem with the way these things work is they just measure how much is coming through the belt. How much space is between the items coming through the belt. Keep going down. Keep going down. No, that's not going to go down. Don't actually remember what number I said earlier. For anybody new here, yeah, we got the 14.7. That's holding pretty damn steady at 14.7. And of course it drops. But it's not stable. I want that number to be rock solid steady. I want that number to be so insanely rock steady that it's got a buddy called Bebop. Somebody gets that joke. Please tell me somebody gets that joke. Can't be the oldest person here. Now see, the only bad thing is we're not actually getting enough waste down here. God, I don't know why my mouse does that from time to time. And I'm here. Welcome in, Fitz. Welcome back, bud. Okay, so we're just waiting on these three pairs here to fill. I'm kind of looking at each of these pairs as a single machine because they are tied together. The nitric acid is literally that blender feeds the nitric acid into these two blenders. These two feed the water into that nitric acid, and so on and so forth, back and forth, back and forth. Very, 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 very easy way, and so far, a very reliable way to recycle the water out of these and back in. Started planning my phase 4 factory. Yeah, I still got to plan. I got a lot of planning to do. Like yesterday's poll, you guys definitely seem to want a alternate recipe tier list. And I know people have done that one before. My only problem is if I release a tier list before I release, I've already done the best recipes, in my opinion. I need to do a worst recipes. Because if I do a tier list between those, it's going to be kind of obvious which ones make the cut. Though, I did start thinking about something. And there's some recipes I will not use. Case in point, the leached recipes. I hate the leached recipes. But leached caterium does make the most Caterium ingots of any recipe. When it comes to copper, the pure copper ingot recipe wins, hands down, without any competition. When it comes to iron ingots, leached is tied for first place. You can either do the leached recipe or you can do let me make sure I'm speaking correctly, or you can do the basic iron ingot. Both of these two recipes are literally a 1 to 2 recipe, and I would rather give up limestone than sulfur. But that's kind of just me. To me, sulfur is vitally more important than limestone is. I can't really think of anyone who would value sulfur less than limestone. What's going on, trucker? Welcome back, bud. Okay, so pair number 2 is finally starting. Out of these 3, God damn it, stop doing that. Out of these 2, this one's finally starting to get a little bit, even though this one's not filled. This all boils down to is my sulfuric acid working? Or is it being a pain in the rumpus? Definitely not as stable as I would like, but fuel gens, I'm going to do some stuff with the fuel gen to make sure they're 100% stable. Thank you for priority merger start splitting trick. Been using it in my rubber setup. Yeah, it works. It may look kind of dumb and it may not always be needed, but it works. We all know that's my only requirement. Now, one thing to notice, to pay attention on these things, you can have a little bit backing up like that. Just make sure they never actually hit the smart splitter. If you've got them backing all the way up to the smart splitter, then you need to move the smart splitter down 1. Wait, you can plan your factory? Maybe? I keep getting told you can. It doesn't seem to work for me, but... I mean, I can't even say that. Because when we were actually building this, I took the measurement of how big a manufacturer is, and I multiplied it by how many I needed, and it told me if I could fit them all in. Like, that's the whole reason why we didn't put all the particle accelerators in one big ass row. There's not enough room up here on this platform for all these particle accelerators to go in one ginormous row. Also, I needed 2 belts of waste, so it made sense to split them. Look at all those spider remains. Oh yeah, you guys are feeling the freaking burn now. Better than making complicated belt balancers? Yeah. To a point. I mean, sometimes belt balancers are really, really useful. I just ain't got time for that crap. And with the sheer volume that I'm working with, I am not making a 17 to 17 belt balancer. We're almost full on plutonium. About the biggest belt balancer I will make is a 4x4. And I don't know if that... See, the problem is that there's these two terms that get thrown around a lot, belt balancer and load balancer. And my brain likes to kind of confuse them. I believe a belt balancer is literally you put X number of belts in that may have, like, the two input belts aren't equal. Like, one's a 900. Take uranium, for example. There's 2100 on the base map. So you can have one belt of 900, one belt of 1200. You put them into a 2-to-2 balancer, and now each belt has 1050 on it. I just can't remember if that's a belt balancer or a load balancer. My brain wants to say belt because I'm literally balancing two belts. We got any more whack-a-mole? This first row seems to have fixed itself, so we'll see how long that stays fixed. Yep, I see a yellow light. It's time to play everybody's favorite game of whack-a-mole. And it's a fuel issue. One thing that was said was that they fixed the mixing pipes bug. There, what the fuck? That's not even running 600. Why the hell are you not running 600? From my understanding, load balancing is making belts with specific numbers of items. From Funky Monkeys? What the hell is Funky Monkeys? Oh, those things. Okay, now I know what she's talking about. She's talking about those, the Velcro-handed monkeys. Oh, hey, I think it's that same fucking pipe again. I think it's the pipe I've got that that I was doing some testing on. No. One of those two pipes. But that's fine. That's all I really need to know. Can I go up there, please? I may have made my pipes a little too complicated. I think it's this one. That is pipe 2 from the end. Yeah, see, that's my whole problem is I can't remember which one is supposed to be load balancing, which one is supposed to be belt balancing. 98%, 100%, 100%. So I mean, that one running at 98% would actually be enough to cause some sloshing. This one I ran a different test on. I tried to use the 4-ways instead of the 3-ways to see if there was just an issue with the 3-way. And I mean, it's still possible. Go check something real quick. Like I said, I was running a little test. It's on this row. Okay, you're running 100%. You're running 100%. You're running 100%. So this shouldn't ever fill up. But this is a little test I was saying I was running. Basically, all of them come out, go into a valve, go into a buffer, and then that buffer drops. And as you see, I'm not using a floor hole here. But we can make it look like we are. Doesn't matter if we actually are using a floor hole or not. Just make it look like we are. So it just comes down to, do we think this would actually fix anything? I was only running 99. Always seems to be the first blender in the row, too. I mean, I guess I can put an entire row up on this test and see where it goes from there. I'll just go ahead and put the valves in place. Yes, I'm just nudging them into place because I want them in a very specific spot. And that is about as short of a pipe as you could possibly make. Obviously, you can do some funky things with putting the valves onto a pipe and get a little bit shorter, but I don't want to do that. Organization, fluid buffer. I'm trying to stop the sloshing. I've got all the refineries that consume this fuel onto loop systems. Cross, what's going on? And just trying to stabilize the power. You know, same as I've been doing. We're pretty stable at 14.7, but I don't have the set 0.757 that I'm supposed to have. Unfortunately, I'm getting to the point where this game is getting, my save is getting more and more difficult for people to run. You should raise the buffers if you want to stop sloshing. At the beginning. At the beginning? I know people raise the buffer at the end, like the end of the line. And like I said, this is just a test. Like always, everything's always a test when it comes to me. Well, welcome in, Tristan. Okay. Probably around about there. Horizontal to vertical. And that is not. It's not lined up where it needs to be. It should be there. There we go. I will put a floor hole on there to make it look like I'm using a floor hole. I'm just not going to actually use the floor hole. I hate floor holes. I know they said they fixed the bugs and blah, 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 blah. I can tell you that's a bunch of dookie. bunch of malarkey. I've had a fair amount of problems with floor holes. Yeah, that'll probably work. I just don't want it to be angled backwards. That's my whole issue. The YouTube stream is lagging for me. I don't know why, so here I am. Is the YouTube stream lagging for anybody else? Beyond the normal lag. Because YouTube will always lag behind. Because if I want to broadcast in 1440, I can't run super low latency. Yeah, hell, the autosaves are painful for me, so. Okay, so we got one more. Now I am curious, Tristan, if you're still here, about the whole raising the buffer up to stop sloshing. I thought that was just at the end of a line. Put one on the end. Yeah. That's the way I understood it. It was more of a end of the line thing than what I'm trying to do. Sorry, I misunderstood. Okay, so, okay. And I wasn't trying to call you out or anything. I just wanted to make sure that, if I'm doing something stupid, I appreciate when you guys tell me I'm doing something stupid. Because then I can not do something stupid. Or you can remove a section of the pipe and add a buffer and then add 2 pumps to that pipe. One in front and one in the back. Yeah, that's kind of what I learned from watching Clips's latest video. You son of a bitch. Knew I was going to run into that at least once. Probably more than once. Yeah, and I've done that before as well, because you're basically using the pump to set directionality. Now, we all see me use pumps to set directionality many times. Obviously, I have to go through and clean all this up, but like I said, this is just kind of a test. Nope. Yeah, that's one of the things I'm trying to do. Is, as I said this yesterday in stream, and I'll say it again. A lot of people do these tests and they may not be working at the scale I'm working at. So just because one pipe seems to work like that, I'm not saying it won't translate to an epic scale like this, but sometimes it doesn't. And I would love to have some of like the pipe gurus and stuff come look at this save and see if they could make everything work. Oh, hey, I got crotch cam again. All hail crotch cam! Sorry for bumming out the stream yesterday. No, you didn't bum out the stream, bud. All's good. Nobody was bummed out. If you're not sure what I mean by crotch camera, my camera's literally basically in my crotch. So when I look up, I can see my head and my hands and all that stuff. Not 100% sure how to fix that. I think decoupled. Nope, that didn't fix it. Oh well. Just enjoy the crotch camera. Crouch jump. Or just it almost seems like just coming out of flight mode fixed it. I don't know if I'm going to be here for the entire stream. I'm tired tonight. That's fine. Watch what you can. I appreciate you. Even the people that just pop in for a second. That's A-okay with me. The lurkers, the just the pop in for a second and dip out, as long as it's not the people who pop in for a second, decide they don't like what they see, and smack the dislike button. If you actually don't like somebody's content, and it's something that could be changed, it would be really beneficial to the creator if you would say what could be fixed, what could be changed, what would make the stream better. Obviously, if it's a language issue, sorry, I speak English. I kind of sort of speak English, and that's kind of sort of it. Okay, so we'll have to see if this helps any. The drawback is this is a lot easier to do up here than it's going to be to do down here. Like, a lot of this area is not that bad, but you get into some segments where, yeah, where the hell am I going to put a buffer? How long have you been building on this one save? We are currently at 1,155 and a half hours. So it took me 1,150 hours to actually see 14.7 terawatts. Now it just comes to making that 14.7 terawatts stable. I know there's a power pole around here. Nah, 14.73 isn't bad. It's 3.4. I think I saw 3.5 yesterday. And my suggestion got ignored. What suggestion? The crouch jump? I did the crouch jump. You had my name and face plastered up to the stream in the dead center. It's the only way to go. So what is the plan for the next playthrough? The next playthrough will be in September. I've already decided I'm going to take a short break from Satisfactory. Sorry to people who only want to watch Satisfactory content, but I need a little bit of break from the game before I completely burn out on it. And so we're going to basically take August and from whenever the hell I get this running correctly to August off of Satisfactory. And when we come back to Satisfactory in September, at the beginning of September, I will be doing a maximum difficulty playthrough where I literally crank everything up as hard as I possibly can. I don't see no stable line number. Welcome in, Shy! And welcome in, Sebi. Sorry, I'm not going to try to say the rest of it. There's nothing against you, but I barely speak English. Okay, so now the question is this line going to back up? It kind of looks like it is. I can't let this line back up. I did hit 14.7, but I would very, very much like to get that to be perfectly stable. Because everything I'm doing should be able to be stable. I don't have the geothermal vents hooked. I mean, they're hooked up, they're just not turned on. But that was 3.7. So I think that's my new high. No, I'm not doing 14 terawatts in the next playthrough. I don't think it'd actually be possible with the settings I'm going to run. Now, there is a chance in 2027, when I come back from my RPG binge that we're going to do, that I may decide that 14.7 ain't enough. Doesn't really seem... Can we limit you to not use biofuel? What do you mean not use biofuel? In what playthrough? Oh, that's backing up. Okay, so now we got to see why that's backing up. That's green. We got to start looking for yellow lights. No, I will not be doing 100 terawatts for the September's playthrough. You do more power with all pure nodes? Yes. The math has been done for that, and with all pure nodes, about 21 terawatts is possible, according to what Vogue told me. I am bleeding sulfuric. Yeah. 86%. Sulfuric acid. Do you have someone who can make me a Satisfactory modeler save file? Yeah, you'd have to ask in the Discord, and I'm sure somebody could knock it out. I'm new to Satisfactory and at tier 6. Am short of power. Would you recommend me to recreate your farm when possible? No. 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 Bear in mind, this is a 4-month-long project. And this has been insane. I would not recommend anyone to try to do this again. If tier 6, that's what? Phase 3 or phase 4? Which phase are you in, Zach? Phase 3. Okay, so you haven't hit aluminum yet. Phase 3 means you're in oil production. As long as you've unlocked... One thing I always recommend, when you're looking at your hub... Let's go back to my hub real quick. It's going to be a little easier to explain this, and we can see if this sorts itself out or not. We'll come back to a meltdown. Whatever. "100 terawatts is not possible even with all pure because of nitrogen gas." I have an idea. Now, bear in mind, my 100 terawatt idea is not just all pure nodes. Bear that one in mind. That is one of the setting changes. Do you have fuel-powered generators unlocked yet, Zach? Change over to my jetpack. Is there anything you would do differently if you did 21 terawatts? I'd only do that if I had all pure nodes. I could only hit 21 with all pure nodes, but most of the steps would be very similar. Okay. When you're in your hub, you do not have to check off every single tier. You said you're in tier 6, so you should have petroleum power unlocked. There's a lot of times where I don't even bother unlocking jump pads because I just don't care about them. You've got 2 refineries going? Well, you gotta up that number, bud. We're taking a little detour. Unfortunately, it's been a very long time since I was in phase 3. I think I was in phase 3 on like day 3. I think I got there in under 20 hours. But I rushed my space elevator parts. And this is not my first rodeo. Very, very American saying there. That bus is epic. Wait till you see the rest of it, bud. Oh, well, Commander Rice. Let's just go with Corin. Is that okay? Can I just call you Corin? Because I have no idea how to say the rest of that. At least I'm willing to admit my shortcomings when I literally don't know how to say something. Otherwise, tell me in chat how to phonetically say that name. 5-hour save, so I'm not far in. Yeah, I can see that. Is this your first playthrough, Zach? Okay. Yeah, you did. I think you did say you were a new player. So depending on where are you getting your oil from? You don't build thousands of refineries, you do. I found a pure node. Okay, which one? One thing I will always recommend, new players take note. If you don't have a lot of hours in your save, do not handcraft slugs. Period. You will do it probably twice. You might handcraft 2 slugs. Beyond that, do every single slug through a constructor. And unlock the sloop. Get this as fast as you can. Let me find my MAM. MAM, right there. The MAM is your best friend. And I have a couple episode long guided playthrough where I go up until it goes up until completing phase 2. The video that actually showed how to build a 1 factory phase 2 factory where it made everything in one area to complete phase 2. Didn't do very well, so I got very demoralized and stopped doing those videos. But you will need a Mercer Sphere, a bit of SAM, and at least one Sommer Sloop. Once you have those 3 things, you can go ahead and finish out the SAM, but you need to unlock this node. This node right here is vitally important, and you can do this kind of early on. Once you have this node unlocked and researched, you get the ability to put sloops in your machines. This changes 1 blue slug from 1 power shard to 1 blue slug to 2 power shards. And I always recommend anything coming out of the ground. So anything that takes a miner, an extractor, a resource well pressurizer, any of that stuff, overclock the crap out of them. Get as much as you can out of that one node. Yeah, shit. I wanted to go over one more thing while I was there. The whole reason I went there. Yeah, we do have a very chill Discord. It's not the most hopping place. It's not always super busy, but we have a lot of players who are there. But a pure node without overclocking this is a normal node. So if you don't overclock a pure node, you should be getting 240 oil out of that. Overclocked, you can get up to 600. But if you don't have Mark II pipes, the best you're getting out of it's 300. 300 oil coming out of that equals 5 refineries. And at the very beginning, you're probably going to run this recipe here. So you're going to run either 4 refineries without overclocking or 5 with overclocking to 300. Once you can overclock to 600, you go from 5 refineries to 10. And this is a kind of a skeleton of my first fuel plant. Okay. Well, we were talking about my somebody had said something about the bus earlier when I was just in the when I was in the south. Let me show you where that bus ends up and how that bus ends up. And a lot of today is going to be questions and answers. So if you're new to the game, if you're unsure about something in the game, ask, and I will do the best I can to answer. Otherwise, I have a fair amount of experienced players in my chat, in my Discord, and we will try to get you on the right path. Time to show off. Yeah, a little bit. Little bit. I got to earn those likes, subscribes, and follows, right? I mean, I did this insane thing. I got to show it off. But bear in mind, Zach said he's going to go eat soon. I would just rather not butcher somebody's name. So I'm going to try to find something in the name that I can pronounce. Okay. The bus. The Belt Mega Highway. I think that qualifies as a mega highway right there. Bear in mind that is 1, 2. Oh shit. Well, hold on. Go over to the other side. Go over to the other side. Because this is mostly flat. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 belts high. Yes, there are some empty belts on it. I'm aware. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. No, screw. You know what? I don't know how to count that well, so we're just going to do this. It is 36 belts wide by 8. And the vast majority of those are full. Any recommendations for building proper aluminum? I'm using sloppy and electrode. I'm assuming you're also using the pure ingot recipe as well. I'm Asian. I'm good at math. Yeah. I mean, technically speaking, I'm Native American, and if you believe the migration theory, the Native Americans migrated from Asia. Now, see, this is a horrible thing to show off because I'm using sloppy alumina, but I'm using the base aluminum scrap recipe, and even worse, I'm using the base aluminum ingot recipe. My best advice when using aluminum is either one refinery into one refinery, or this is kind of the best way to do it. Or it's what, 2 or 3? I can't remember. Let's check. Let's check the math here. So if you fully go overboard overclocking like I always do, you're looking at 500 water, 500 bauxite, 600 aluminum. I don't like that number. So we're going to drop that to 525? No. 40? I think it's 240. No. So when you're first starting out, when you only have Mark IV belts and you don't have aluminum yet, this is a really good clock speed. Run one refinery into one refinery. This is a max Mark IV belt. I will never, ever run aluminum again without overclocking. Let me go to my storage because I do have a better quotation marks, air quotes. I have another aluminum setup over there. This one, the reason I'm running those recipes is because that is not quite the most efficient use of bauxite, but it's the most efficient use of bauxite without touching my oil. And the oil to electrode scrap recipe is great. It is the most efficient use of bauxite. But since I'm after power, I know a lot of people weren't here to watch me build this factory. This factory was a while ago. But I didn't overclock really anything here. But I did go back through and overclock my aluminum. But I only have them overclocked to 150%. So one shard. The reason the alumina solution is built up is because I took away the oil. And obviously this is not that well set up because they're not in a straight line. But that's because I went back through and I redid these. If I could do this, and I had to leave room for the pipe to come through. So this is literally pairs. And this isn't even using sloppy alumina because I needed the silica. Nice pipes, yeah. Attempt. I'm doing a bespoke design. I've done the 3-3 design before, but I would always recommend overclocking them at least a bit, just to get the numbers more balanced. What is the end goal? The end goal was 14.7. Now it's just to get it stable. Beyond that, it's a lot of questions and answers and chat and chill for the most part. Because unfortunately, when you're operating at this scale, it takes a while to try to balance anything. So this playthrough is nearly done. And then, like I've said a couple times, I'm going to take a 4 to 6 week break from Satisfactory. I'll still be streaming. I'll still be making video content on it. But I will not be streaming Satisfactory. Okay. Yep, hey, guess what? That line is completely and totally stalled. Time to turn off, means we still got 14.7. But not for long. Boop. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 520. You are also absolutely amazing. And I love you in the most platonic way possible. For what I use my jetpack for, biofuel is fine. I'm not using my jetpack to climb. I'm just using it to stay airborne and keep my momentum. So here in a little bit, that's all going to shut down. Why is it shut down? Because right now I'm fighting with sulfuric acid. I'm going to go do something. I have a knife. Okay. So that one. Now we go upstairs. And we paint those. Horrible, ugly, ugly, ugly yellow. Non-fissile, what are you doing to get rid of water? Alright, so non-fissile uranium. I'm going to explain this to everyone. That way, if you've never done nuclear before, you'll understand what I'm doing here. Non-fissile uranium requires an equal amount of nitric acid and sulfuric acid. And you get half of the combined total, or the exact number that you put in of nitric or sulfuric back as water, as a byproduct. That water comes out. I have two blenders tied together. That goes into a buffer, which I filled before firing this up. And then it goes to a blender, making nitric acid. By having that buffer full of water, and I think I filled up the intakes on these as well. Maybe. We ran the pipe twice. No, I filled up the intake of these and the buffer and the pipes. Yeah, that's what I did. Because I ran the T's facing into the buffers once. Once they were done, I cut the pipes coming out of the buffer, flipped and got rid of the T's, flipped the T's, filled up all these. And so far, this is running absolutely flawlessly. But I appreciate you saying that it looks good there, Funny. I tried to make it look good while still being something that if you looked at it from above or whatever, everything made sense. I've seen wet concrete being used with zinc. I've seen that one too, but I need the water for the nitric acid anyhow. So, and the funny thing is, the amount of water the nitric acid takes is exactly 75. These output 37.5. 37.5 times 2 is 75. So 2 of those blenders equals exactly as much water as this needs, and the 75 nitric is exactly as much as these 2 blenders need. So literally there is a pipe that goes down from these blenders and just goes across. There's a pump and goes right up into those 2 blenders. So it's a two into one system that just repeats. Now, obviously, I could have used wet concrete because it's not like I care about throwing away some limestone. What's going on, Sierra? Okay, so that's all gone now. So let's go ahead and turn the nuclear back on. Basically, I'm making a single change. I turn off the nuclear water. I make a single change. I turn it back on, and I see if that fixes it. How many sloops am I using total? 103. What all resources do you have left after this build? I can't give you exact numbers, but the only resources left is copper, limestone, and iron. And I can kind of sort of show you how many belts. Now bear in mind, these belts may not be 100% full, but any of those belts that are not moving, any that shows 0 on it, I'm not using. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 belts of copper that may not be full. They just look full. Plus however much limestone that is and however much iron that is. And I got a little bit left over there. I just don't care because I got a little bit of leftover iron. I could probably figure out how much iron is actually here and turn all of this into heavy modular frames. But I just don't know if I really care that much. If anyone knows a recipe chain, a recipe tree, whatever, that only requires iron, limestone, and copper, that's it. Just those 3 items. Let me know. I changed my nuclear plan to make pellets, not encased cells, because it made the fixonium more. I do not believe pellets makes more fixonium. I'm pretty sure making plutonium pellets is actually makes less plutonium total, which makes less fixonium. But I mean, I could jump into Modeler real quick and do the math. Let's jump over to Modeler. Oh wait, if anybody doesn't know about Modeler, let's teach them. Let's teach them about Modeler. This is just a no. Let's get rid of that one, and we'll make a new one. I like using Outpost because I can literally do this stuff quickly. Okay, so uranium. We're going to start at the very beginning. Uranium. And we're going to set this to. We're just going to do this off a base map. So 2100. Change my nuclear. And I know you want infused uranium. And then you go from that to uranium fuel units. You use the alts. That gives you a max possible of 50 point. Make 20 uranium fuel rods. Okay. So you're leaving a lot of uranium on the table, but that's okay. And then you do that into fertile uranium. This is where it gets weird. I hit the wrong button, sorry. Okay, uranium power plant. So we'll do this. And yes, I'm slowly burning through my filters. I'm aware. So non-fissile uranium, we get a substantially less amount of non-fissile. So that's no. This is the one we want because we don't want to. I don't think we want to throw extra uranium in. So we'll get rid of that. We're gonna run off this one. So even though you get a hell of a lot less non-fissile, and this is where we get into. It's where we get into the challenge. So we run this one into the same recipe. We're going to use the same recipe out. Oh, damn it, that's the wrong recipe. We're going to use the same recipe out, so the same numbers out. Huh. So yeah, my pellets is actually more viable. Why in the hell did I do this one? And thank you for following over there on the Twitch. Friends? Rides? I have no idea. But thank you for following. Sorry, I don't know how to say your name. So yeah, plutonium pellets does actually get you more. Now the question comes down to plutonium cells. Well, we're going to keep running this one, and we know. Why in the hell did I do that one? So that does answer the do not use this recipe if you want more plutonium fuel rods. So why the fuck did I not use that recipe? Oh, hold on. Womp womp. Yep. Thank you, Tristan. The funny thing is I noticed that right before I looked over at chat and saw Tristan's message. Yeah, so in case plutonium cells wins. And that's kind of a little example of how to use Modeler. If you're just trying to figure out something like that. Why I love Outpost is I can just do that. All right, back to the game. I gotta go. I'll be back when you are on. You know, I'll be here for a couple hours. I got 6 more hours to go. No. I got 5 more hours to go. Okay, so again, the problem is this takes a good like half an hour to fill this system back up. Yeah, that's why I'm using pellets. Because I don't care about how many plutonium rods I make. I care about getting rid of this freaking toxic goo. I'm not looking to be the toxic Avenger. But big fat juicy butt. I have been doing something in the background that some of you guys might not know. I got a little pile of your plutonium fuel rods sitting over here. I mean, it's only 4 bins. Obviously, I could increase that if I wanted to. This is why it's extra super spicy over here. Just look how fast that iodine filter is burning. Getting smacked with a posture check from a new viewer. Normally it's the same people over and over. But posture has been checked. I'm sitting up straight. You guys are going to love that when I have a webcam. Alright. So I have 9,600 plutonium fuel rods. That's the approach I'm taking right now. I have the uranium target and everything is dictated from that. Yep. But the only thing is, that was a weird uranium number. Alright, for anybody who's not aware, yes, there is a small checklist on the right-hand side of my screen. Let me try to... Those are issues I'm currently facing to get this stable. And what I mean about stable is that power grid should not be fluctuating at all. Because all I'm doing right now is rocket fuel, coal, and uranium nuclear. That's it. That should be dead stable. But we have problems. And Cross smacked me with a hydrate. That means I'm going to have to go get another drink before too long. Or sweet talk Casper into making stream coffee. Oh, come on. You know you want stream coffee anyways. Don't sit there and groan and stuff. Funny thing is, I believe I am 4 followers away from hitting 200 over there on the Twitch. That'd be amazing to hit. Okay, I'm at 3. Thank you, Zach. I appreciate it. See if I can hit. It'd be nice if I can hit 200 by the end of the night, but I'm not holding my breath. It'd be nice, but I don't ever like try to strong arm any. I don't try to strong arm. God, I can't talk. Anyone into either following me on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. It's not a good look to me. But yeah, like I said, it takes a hot minute for this system just to fill back up. And I can't test my sulfuric throughput until it fills up. So what I have currently done is I switched them all over to Mark 1 pipes. Then these are looped. They're, for anybody who wasn't here yesterday, there is a T-junction here. That T flows up and flows over this way. That goes to the other side because I couldn't really think of any other way to loop them. And thank you for the follow over there on the Twitch. Holes! I immensely appreciate that. You guys are freaking awesome. Why no pumps? There's a pump on the other end. All right, hold on. There are pumps. They are down here. Look, I will show. Because obviously that upper blender is up pretty damn high. There's pumps. I even spaced the pipes out a little bit so the pumps would actually look a little bit better, being side by side like that. And I just happen to have a power pole down here, so there we go. King of style. I don't like clipping. That's kind of all that is. I just floor holes. I love the idea of floor holes, and I use them quite a bit. I mean, those towers have a crap ton of floor holes on them, but I seem to get a little bit of issues from time to time with them. In real life, there are no floor holes. No, there's not. You would probably do exactly what I did there. You would probably run a straight pipe through the floor, and then you would put a semicircle ring on each side and join them together and bolt that to the floor. Where it's a collar. Now, bear in mind, in real life, when you're dealing with non-metal pipes and stuff, there is what's called like uni-seals. Uni-seals are absolutely fantastic, especially if you're going into like not flat objects. And there are what's called bulkheads. So, in that case, there are actually floor holes. They're called bulkheads. Obviously, any actual plumbers out there, especially industrial plumbers, feel free to tell me that I'm stupid. I got no problem admitting it. Oh, there's Drake smacking me around. Stretch and hydrate. I gotta keep an eye on this, see if he bans my hover pack again. Casper was nice enough to bring me another drink, so that's awesome, and she is awesome. The drawback is I wear my headset slightly off. Like, I have part of my left ear exposed, that way I can hear stuff in the house a little bit better. So, like, if Casper's trying to talk to me or Turtle's trying to talk to me, I can hear them. Oh, speaking of which, Turtle! Come here. Come here. Are we streaming Pal World tomorrow? We are streaming Pal World tomorrow? Alright, you heard it. We are streaming Pal World tomorrow. The kid has the day off. You're too low. It's only fun to ban the hover pack when you're high up. Oh, do I have to go back up to my towers? And ignore your ban of the hover pack until I get back down? Oh, wait, never mind. I don't care about silica, because if silica's backing up, it's probably because some of the blenders aren't getting enough waste yet. And YouTube subscriber number 521 is also absolutely awesome and amazing, and I appreciate the hell out of you tickling that button. But seriously, you guys smacking that subscribe or follow button. You guys are freaking awesome, and I appreciate the hell out of that. It may sound like I'm joking when I do the whole spiel about that, but no, I really do appreciate it. Come on, fill up. I can't really do a damn thing until it fills up. Alright, does anyone have any questions or comments or things that they want to talk about while I wait for this thing to fill up, so we're not just sitting here flying around all aimlessly? We are still holding steady at 14.7. Unfortunately, I should be at 14.757. As you see, it is not stable. It is not flat. It is a little bouncy. I don't like it being bouncy. I want it to sit still. I want my power graph to sit still like a good puppy. Let's go check Whack-A-Mole. Yep, I see a yellow light. Quick, find it, kill it, make it dead. It's a turbo fuel issue. Yep, it's end of line. So, trace the line, figure out where it's going. I think I've dealt with this one before. Might be spending a little bit of time taking Nerd Garage's suggestion into mind. Though that literally involves tracing every single pipe, which is going to be a bitch. For anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about, he had suggested literally numbering the pipes. Why is your profile picture a panda? Because the panda is the channel mascot. You remember which pipe that was? I forgot. I got distracted. Your puppy is so happy that its tail wags constantly, making it unsteady. You know, I've had a dog like that. Had a chocolate lab, red-nosed pit-looking dog. It was a mutt, so I don't know what it actually was. And I can definitely, without a doubt, say it was a mutt because I saw the litter of puppies that it came out of. And one looked like a chocolate lab, red-nosed pit. One looked like a small German shepherd. One looked like a black wolf. And I don't remember what the other ones looked like. They were already gone by the time I got there. So, 3 siblings as far as a litter, and they looked that much like different. Yeah, I'd say they're mutts, but I love mutts. But as far as unsteady, that dog would get so freaking excited for cheese, especially cheese. I don't know what it was, but the dog loved cheese. It's 3rd pipe down. 1, 2, 3, 4 from the left, 3 down. That he would literally sit there and wag his tail to the point that his entire backside would start moving with his tail. And if somebody from behind him called, he would actually turn around and smack himself in the face with his tail. Every single time. He never learned not to do that. And that dog's name was Coco. Because, of course, I mean, it looked like a chocolate lab. So what do you call a chocolate lab? You call him Coco. And then he lived up to his name when we first moved up here to Indiana. And he got into my mother's baking cocoa. And, yeah, when we moved out of that house, there was still a stain in the freaking carpet from that cocoa. Partially because we were all too lazy to clean it up. To, like, really deep clean it up. I can't get another dog. That moment of saying goodbye hurts too much. Yeah. I lost my... we still have a dog here. But we had 3 dogs. We had Lady, Indigo, and Kraglin. Lady was... one of our neighbors had gotten this puppy. Very, very puppy. You know, couple weeks old puppy. According to Casper, shouldn't have been off of mom yet puppy. That young. And she got this puppy for her, like, 3-year-old kid. Because, you know, a 3-year-old kid has so much business having a puppy. Because that kid's going to have so much responsibility. And after about, like, 2-3 weeks, she realized, hey, not only do I have to, you know, deal with raising a 3-year-old kid, but I also have to deal with putting up with a freaking puppy. Okay, so I don't think it was actually 4th. I think it was 5th. 3rd one down is this pipe. This pipe is right. This 3rd one down. So this pipe. Third one down on this stack. And so after she decided that, you know, not only could she not deal with raising her own kid, I mean, the kid ended up actually getting taken away from her. I believe she was special needs or something. But she decided that the dog needed to go back to was going to go to the pound, and we're like, okay, we got a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, and I've raised dogs my entire life. I've had dogs my entire life, and Casper had a dog or two in her life, and so it's like, we'll take the dog. So we kept her, and down the line, we had become really good friends with the owner of a rescue, and Nitric. Fucking Nitric. And they had gotten a senior dog in that was found roaming the streets and needed a foster. So we're like, okay. You realize that this is a senior dog foster. We're probably not going to find a home for this dog. So you're only fostering the dog, but you're probably going to have the dog for the rest of its life. Like, yeah, cool. My world is done. 20,000 factory carts running around instead of trains or trucks. Good God. I keep on forgetting to redeem my rewards for Twitch. The channel points and Twitch rewards themselves. Yeah. I don't think there's really any real rewards with the channel points. It's just something stupid I set up. If we're talking about the loose screws. So it's that pipe. It's this pipe. Weren't we just dealing with this son of a bitch yesterday? 87%. 87%. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. 100. Okay, so because there's two that are not running correctly, I'm going to assume it's a nitrogen pipe. But welcome back, Death Switch. So again, for anybody who's like, oh, nitrogen never has any issues. How many nitrogen pipes do I have? First and foremost, how many nitrogen pipes do I have? This is all of the world's nitrogen. Does anyone off the top of their head know if there's... I think it's 20 pipes total. Alright, we're gonna do something fucking stupid. At least 3. Was 35, now 34. What do you mean, the nitrogen? So I need 4 foundations out. We're gonna do something stupid. $13 times 3. Or no. No, shit. It's 20 pipes times 3. 60 foundations. Don't know if I got space here or not. Oh, yeah, the levels after one item was produced. Oh. Yeah, the problem with liquids is sometimes they do that, and it's literally the other machine taking a little bit more. Okay, so I also have this area. That's 10. 20. I sure the hell don't think this is 60. Like I said, we're going to do something a little stupid. It's probably going to go out farther than that. Transport. Yes, I'm going into the transport tab. I need 20 of these. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. $16, $17, why is that one way up in that damn sky like that? 17, 18. Actually, I need 21 of these. I lost count. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Can somebody tell me how my inventory is auto-filling? Dimensional storage. Like I said, the ma'am is your friend. Okay, so now we need to put drones on all these. But yeah, the reason my inventory was automatically filling up was because I'm using dimensional storage, which is another thing that you unlock in the MAM. That's what those purple Mercer Sphere balls are for. I went over to my storage area earlier, but I didn't really explain my storage area, so let me do that real quick. As soon as my autosave finishes kicking my ass. Because like I showed off that other factory, but I didn't really explain what that was. It doesn't take very long to go over there, so. And you know, seeing my belts from up here, or just seeing the whole thing from up here is just awesome. But yes, I'm literally going to drone all of my nitrogen. What I didn't explain was this monstrosity. So this factory was built before I ever touched anything for over there. And this is literally what other content creators call a... Do you have aluminum to package it? We'll find out. This is what it's called, a factory of factories. So this factory makes 34 items, at 10 items per minute. So it makes power shards, time crystals, cooling system, turbo motors, concrete, AI limiters, encased industrial beams, crystal oscillators. And no, I never say that correctly. I always screw it up intentionally. Heavy modular frames, fixed trigons, reinforced iron plates, computers, radio control units, copper sheets, steel pipe. I have to mentally tell myself it's steel pipe, not iron pipe. Wire, quick wire, sand fluctuators, plastic, aluminum casings, modular frames, high-speed connectors, steel beams, rubber, iodine filters, normal gas filters, all-clad sheeting, iron rods, rotors, motors, cable, supercomputers, fuse modular frames, and plates. Yeah, basically anything you need to build most things. And in large quantities. Because I needed well over 30 bins, 30 of the big bins just of motors to make that power plant. No, I don't have any aluminum ingots. That sucks. And for anybody wondering, yes, I am consuming every drop of bauxite on the planet. So I will have to make a few thousand bottles. And unfortunately, as far as I'm aware, there is no alternate recipe for that canister. Where am I going? Ah, I hit a tree. I let myself fly too low. I hit a tree. Yes, you need aluminum for it. Yeah, I was pretty sure it would. Yeah. But unfortunately, the gas canister has to take aluminum. And for anybody wondering how I'm quickly changing my jetpack, my hover pack like that, press tab to open your inventory. And whatever, these spots here are actually numeric. So whatever's in this first one is actually, just press the 1 key, the 2 key, 3 key, 4 key, 5 key, whatever, and it'll automatically equip it. Why I'm using my hover pack when I do that instead of my jetpack why I'm using my jetpack instead of my hover pack is because the jetpack allows you to maintain momentum. The hover pack does not. We're not completely full yet because this guy doesn't have any waste. And it comes down to how many bottles do you think I'm gonna need to move all of the world's nitrogen? I mean, it's not like I don't have power. And like I said, I got 9,600 plutonium rods over there, so should be good on fuel. You think 1,000 per pipe would be enough? $1,000 per pipe? So we're talking 20,000 bottles. I need to use the restroom real quick. A drone can hold 9 slot. That's 900 casters. And if you want two-way, that's two-way drone. That's 1,800. That's true. Now, by two-way drone, I just want to make sure that you and I are talking about the same thing here. Are you talking about a drone on each port? So a drone coming and a drone going. Yeah, I probably. I love when Shai literally points out literally what I'm saying, but I'm not looking at chat. Okay, so we're talking 2,000, say 2,500 casters per pipe. So 2,500 times 20. I mean, it's a. How much do they stack up to? They stacked up 100, right? Give it a try on the furthest one. Okay, let's give this a name. Nitro 1. We also need to power these. Again, it's not like I don't have power. I would say the farthest from where I currently am, nitrogen node, would be the one in the Rocky Desert, northeast of the map. We agree that is probably the farthest one. Because I'm kind of thinking either that one or the far eastern spires. So either this node or this node, but I kind of think that one's probably farther. So it's time to fly. Yeah, once I have a drone port set up over there, I can see it. So, time to go. And I do know I can make this. Kind of sad I can see my conveyor lift from here. I think we all know which one I'm talking about, too. Quick, disable its flights. Come on, disable my hover pack. I can't tell you how many people have done that one when I'm literally using the jetpack, or vice versa. Okay. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 pipes coming out here. This is going to be the big problem. How does one make 14.7 million without going insane? Who said anything about not going insane? Oh, you son of a bitch. He took away both packs. He could have just used one freaking ban and just banned my backpacks. Anybody else hate that the wires go through the power indicator lights when you daisy chain constructors? Yeah, you think that's bad? Do it on assemblers. But welcome in, Zero Gravity. The problem with your statement is, who said I stayed insane? So I need enough. Shit, I don't have a jetpack. Sitting here trying to like achieve flight, and you snap to the side of that. You son. That is one of the most annoying things to me. When I'm looking at the edge where it would normally work just fine. Is it nuclear? It is not. I will never burn ionized fuel for power. Ever. But it is a combination of coal, rocket fuel, and nuclear. But only uranium nuclear. Find it if you turn snap mode off. So you think... what do you mean snap mode? I don't know what you mean by snap mode. I need at least probably 5 foundations out. And we'll get rid of the wildlife here in a minute. Die, tree! With controller, you turn snap on and off. You don't hold the button for snap. Oh, I'm not on controllers. Maybe that's why I am completely confused. You have I am processing all my nuclear waste. What the rules I set for this challenge when we first came up with the numbers was I was not going to do any glitches, any major exploits. So no duplication. And it had to be able to run stably for a minimum of 1,000 hours. Does not mean I'm going to run it for 1,000 hours. Just means that, like, it's completely self-sufficient. It's a turn it on, walk away, never have to come back and deal with, you know, all the waste built up or anything like that. So I process the uranium waste through all the steps to plutonium fuel rods, and I sink the plutonium fuel rods. In the grand scheme of things, I should have 2 sinks at the end when everything is done and running stable. I'll have a sink for dark matter crystals, and I'll have a sink for plutonium fuel rods. That's it. Is my 5 minutes up yet? It's pretty damn close. Go to another minute, I can fly again. Okay, let's go ahead and put a drone port down, just so I can get kind of an idea of how far this is going to be. Now, I do not view the H trick as an exploit. If you do not know what I mean by the H trick, when a building says the ground is too uneven, if you press the H key to lock the hologram, a lot of times that message goes away and you can build wherever the hell you want. So, like, there it says surface is too uneven. Now it doesn't. Yeah, and that was the whole entire goal, is I don't really view it as a stable power plant unless you can just walk away. We're just going to pretend like that's not actually there. So we're just putting one down right now. Power this up. And we'll call this Nitro 1-1. So that's the other side. So we come over here to here, select this one, and go to Nitro 1. And we set it back to this. It's 6,162 meters. But it's not, but I need to put some fuel in it before it will give me calculations. Currently, I'm starting my turbo fuel. My best advice is generally I don't use turbo fuel. I don't normally burn turbo fuel. I normally just go straight to rocket fuel. But the best advice I can probably give is try to avoid full pipes. I've had a lot of issues running 600 pipes. We're using the plutonium rods. Yes. Unfortunately, I don't have a cannon over here because I'm never over here. I put cannons where I'm commonly at, which is kind of only 2 places. I know. It's already put back on. Thank you, Casper, for letting me know that I can fly again. So we're just going to ride this belt all the way back to the factory. Yes, I could slide jump and speed this up a little bit. But at the same time, this is a nice way to give you guys a tour of what I've done, especially for anybody who's not familiar with this build. That's fine. Unfortunately, I don't have rocket fuel right now since I'm in the plastic tier. That makes sense. I got a lot of comments on this build because I'm not using nitro rocket fuel. I'm using the base turbo fuel recipe and then into the base rocket fuel recipe. And the reason I ended up having to do that is I have, for anybody who's not familiar with this, I have every single resource on the map. It's this belt highway that you see slowly stacking up. This is one of like 5. And I more than ran out of sulfur and coal. And nitrogen. But the idea for this power plant was what would happen if you took every single ounce of resources on the map and turned it all into power. Nothing got wasted to make this or that. Everything went to power. This time I traveled between points A, B, and C using only trains, no hypertubes anywhere. And right at the end, I set up teleporters. Yeah, Corpy, that sounds really familiar. That sounds like my last playthrough. We did everything on trains. And then somebody asked, dude, you're making singularity cells. Why don't you just sloop a couple of those manufacturers and set up portals? It's like, that's a really damn good idea. I should have thought about that a long time ago. Just like, I could have built a freaking 500 bin storage of singularity cells early on. When maybe when I built the big mega factory. But that would involve intelligence, and we know we don't do that around here. Yeah, and we went through the math on the nitro rocket fuel versus base rocket fuel recipe quite a few times. The major difference is nitro rocket fuel is cheaper on oil and on coal, but it's more expensive on sulfur and nitrogen. And those are 2 things that I'm literally consuming every drop of SAM on the map. I can't make any more sulfur and or nitrogen, period. There's no SAM to do it. And I look at chat, and that's literally what Zero's saying. I do make a touch more coal. And by that, I mean literally 0.67 per minute. But everything else, all the rest of my SAM either makes more bauxite, uranium, or bauxite into uranium, nitrogen. I make so much goddamn nitrogen, and sulfur. That's kind of where all my SAM goes. And then some goes to SAM fluctuators. Yep, everything's Mark III, everything's fully overclocked. So literally, when I say I have all the world's resources, there ain't no more. Install mod. No, see, I don't want to do that. I don't want to install mods like that. Would you recommend setting up my constructor and foundries as I go, or once I'm done with my build? That's kind of a personal thing. I generally just, here's something I need to make for this chain. I make everything for that chain. I make everything for the next link in the chain, and just so on and so forth. Yeah. But one of the other ones was I couldn't do any game-breaking mods. Honestly, I started this back in experimental, so it was no mods at all. But yeah, I have all the resources in the world. Because I need to go grab some plutonium fuel rods. I will be putting a drone port over here as well. And that will literally be my fuel port, or my fuel drone. I will probably mess around with Satisfactory Plus again, but I don't really view it as a multi-100-hour playthrough. I gotta go fast here because I do have a stack of plutonium in my freaking pocket. It's a little birdie, and the Libyans want it back. My recommendation to new players is place the item you want to make and the machines for it, and then work your way backwards from there. There. Boop. This port to that port. All ports. Drone port. So that is 0.07 per trip. So 0.07 times, there's 20 pipes, so 40. That's 2.8 fuel rods every minute. That's it. And that's at the maximum distance. Now, I think I can afford that. Bear in mind, for anybody who's not super familiar with this playthrough, and I will give you the actual number here. I make 38.31 plutonium fuel rods per minute. I think I can afford this. Yeah, drones, Guidely. Nitrogens piss me off. Wow, speaking of which, we probably need to go check the nuclear. How's my power grid? Where's the power pole? Come here. 14. That's not that damn unstable. I mean, it's more unstable than I want. No, Shy, you're the save as of yesterday's stream is live in my Discord, so feel free to jump on and see if oh, that was 14.74. Yeah, for anybody who wants a crew challenge, this save is available for free in my Discord. If you would like to load it up, I will tell you flat out, you will absolutely have to increase your U item count. Without a doubt. You are not loading this save without doing it, or it will crash in less than half an hour. I'm here, but not sure for how long. Internet issues in the area. That's fine, Johnny. What about the converted nitrogen? That's all running fine. I'm not having any problems with that. Oh, hey. Wait, did I fix this? Did I fix the sulfuric acid? Was that the fix? All right, here's where my pipe is. Let me check the upper row. 50. 50. 50. 50. 50. 50. 50. Yes, I'm gonna say that every time. 50. 50. 50. 50. 50. Not quite 50. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Get ass up there. $50. 50. 50. 50. For anybody wondering what I did, what I changed, there had been a bug in previous versions with mixing pipes. Remember, these pipelines are looped. So I have 4 pipes of 600 right here. They go into a T that's right below this floor hole. What's supposed to happen is half of it's supposed to go this way, half of it's supposed to go that way, and come up at the other end. So instead of the very last machine being the choke point, as I'm sure so many of you have dealt with so many times, this forces it so that the center is the choke point instead. Oh, hey, that drone's actually flying. But what I did is I put Mark 1 pipes on each side, so that literally only 300 can go through this. And yes, this is a common display issue I've noticed. If you go literally to the next one, you'll notice it's not saying 0, but that one is. I've seen a lot of pipes show 0, even though there's actually flow rate, even to the point that if I switched it to a not clean pipe, it would show there's flow rate. For some reason, it just sometimes does that. So, is nuclear stable now? That is building up. So we'll have to let this run for an hour or so and see if this line here backs up or not. Two things will happen if that line backs up. Or there's 2 reasons why that line would back up. Either my sulfuric acid is not flowing correctly, or I have no idea. That's kind of it. Basically, it means this is not getting enough of one of its materials, either silica or sulfuric acid. I'm not worried about the nitric acid because I'm literally making it right there. And each one of these, it's a 2 blender to 1 blender exchange. So the blender for nitric acid literally just goes straight into this. And all the nitrogen for this is it's made it here in-house. I have a question. Did you try to remath the nuclear? Like make less uranium rods to get to fixonium? Well, I'm not doing fixonium, so... I mean, you can. I always just run my numbers with 2100 uranium. Now, are you talking about using the like less efficient uranium rod recipes? So now the problem is I need like 50,000 aluminum ingots. A Maya redeemed a posture check. What the hell's with you guys? I'm trying to make me sit up straight. Bunch of jerks. Let's say making 20 rods of uranium instead of 50.4. Because of this, you will have the ability to make plutonium. For caring for your health. I've been sitting on my lower back since I was like 10 years old. No, Amaya's doing it to be mean to me. I know why Amaya's doing it. Let's say you're making 20 rods of uranium instead of 50.4. Because of this, you'll have the ability to make something. Are you saying like in this playthrough, if I literally like cut down some of my uranium rod production so I had extra resources in order to go to Fixonium? Is that the question? Honestly, going to Fixonium is not, I'm pretty sure is not power positive. You will literally burn more power trying to make Fixonium, going through plutonium into Fixonium, than you would just dumping everything into uranium. I would have to do the math to 100% confirm that. But you'll burn less, so you would have more plants. So I would need 10 bins. Aluminum casings go to plutonium. All clad. I think all the all clad goes to over there to the alien power matrices. Let me check, because I could probably get away with not making some alien power matrices for a little while. Yes. All clad is 14 assemblers making 945. It all goes to the outpost. The outpost is all for power matrices, and that is, yeah, that is all for making superposition oscillators. So that is 945 aluminum ingots per minute. So if I need 50,000 divided by 945, that's about an hour of taking the alien power matrices offline. Now, one thing I could do is if I take the alien power matrices offline, then the SAM fluctuators that I'm making for the alien power matrices, I have that SAM. I could steal a sloop or two. I would recommend making 55,000. Why 55,000? And I'm just asking, like, where's that number coming from? So superposition oscillators are down here. Well, bear in mind, there's only 20, not 21. The reason I have 21 drone ports is so I have one to bring the fuel rods over. But that also bears, do I want to set up a fueling drone? Do I want to have one drone that literally flies around and puts fuel in all the other drone ports? Or do I want to take that much plutonium with me? But I have to get the drones that... belt it to this port and it's done. I'll probably use a drone literally to go from the swamp where the plutonium rods are over to the major drone port. But that means I will literally have to go put fuel in every drone port scattered around the planet. Because unless they change something, you can't... Where the hell is my... So there's my... Oh wait, I'm being stupid. It's not all clad that I need, it's ingots that I need. Unless they change something, you can't spawn multiple drones on a single port. So I'll have to have a drone at the distant port as well as the port here. And that port will need fuel to at least get that drone started. Yeah, when you're setting up, just place one rod in each port. Yeah, I mean, that's probably more than enough. But I was just going to put a stack in each one. That's ingots right there. This is for... I think this is for casings. Yeah. Casings can't go down. All clad can go down. The problem is the way I have this set up. If I turn off nuclear, I don't need the aluminum casings. But I kind of want to see if the aluminum casings actually wants to work. I can definitely take this belt. I can take this belt. But if I do 55,000 divided by 2, that's 27.5. Half an hour. Aluminum ingots stacked to what, 100? Yeah. So that's divided by 4,800. That's 6 bins. So I got to figure out where the hell I can cram 6 bins. Why don't I start with the... So here. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Just do a tower. Alright, technically speaking, I just do this. All right. We'll run out of all clad on this, which will shut. But I bear in mind, I do have a good chunk of superposition oscillators built up. I also have a good chunk of alien power matrices built up. Just had a car come creeping down the road, watching the house next to us, and now they continue to creep down the street, turning into the empty lot at the corner. That's weird. Theoretically speaking, I don't really need these two sinks here. These were early sinks because obviously when I set this up, I needed to have all my all-clad. I needed to have all my casing. I just wanted to eat all my aluminum once I set aluminum up. But obviously, I set up aluminum a long friggin' time ago. It was like the second step. Now, the one drawback is I don't think this is a 1200. It's definitely not a 1200 belt. So I don't know how long this is going to take to fill up. I think I set this up wrong. Yes. Yes, I set the lifts wrong. So I will need this. This is I will have to run this through a slooped constructor. But bear in mind, right now all of my sloops are in use. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do is I'm literally going to remove the ones from yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm going to use the sloops that are that currently make the sand fluctuators. And that's one of the reasons why I do have these two sinks sitting here, because if for whatever reason all the all-clad is not being consumed, there's a smart splitter down that sends the extra this way. If for any reason all the aluminum casing is not being used, like, you know, has been for the past few hundred hours, because this was literally used, this is used in this is used in the production of my heat sinks. Not quite getting enough to do all the casings, but that's fine. I got a crap ton of heat sinks downstairs. Let's go check nuclear real quick. Over here to nuclear. Well, you said the house next to us. Which house are you talking about? The little house? I'm assuming you're not talking about the one that just got emptied out. It's still sitting about 100 and... That's still sitting pretty close. Okay. So that, yeah, the little house. So it does look like it's filling up just a little bit. I love how everything over here is all light bright, glow in the dark, because it's all massively radioactive. If I hang out here long enough, I'll turn glow in the dark as well. Yay for the glow in the dark gadget. There's a merch idea. Do either a squirrel or a panda holding a freaking uranium waste container, and make sure it's glow in the dark. Now it'd have to be a panda, so that the white would glow in the dark. I don't know, Maya. What do you think? A glow in the dark panda with a uranium waste barrel, or just make the barrel glow in the dark. Fluid trucks would have been nice to build roads over. Yeah, the problem is, and I brought this up before, most of the nitrogen is just in such crappy spots. They can't all be glow in the dark. I'm definitely not big enough to start thinking about merch. Okay, wait, we need a drone port over here. I do love the fact that you can still move in this screen. Okay. See, I remember how to do this. So fuel load. Okay, right now it's filling up the drone itself. I mean, it has been like 1,200 hours since I've set up a drone port. Actually, longer than that. Two major things is, A, I'm going to have to set up a giant packager assembly. Can't believe I'm doing all this just because friggin' nitrogen's pissing me off. Everything on the map. Fucking nitrogen. Like I said, I do have one slight issue. This might take more than 20 ports. And the reason for that is 3 of the nitrogen nodes don't have an even amount of... Yeah, I mean, that's my thing. I would understand oil. I would understand any actually liquid. But nitrogen? WTF, mate? But yeah, there's 3 pipes that aren't complete, aren't full. mean, I got room for a couple extra ports here. And it's not like I'm like low on fuel. Okay, so I'm gonna do this one right here as fuel unload. Makes sense, right? Really don't need 2 drones for this. Probably really don't need a Mark 6. I shouldn't need to fuel here. How do blueprints work? Because my brother who introduced me to the game said they were a waste of time. I strongly disagree with that. How do blueprints work? Give me a second. Probably should have done this with blueprints, but that would involve intelligence, and we don't do that around here. Blueprints are very much not a waste of time. You see the massive belt highways I built? That was all done with blueprints, because there is no way in hell I would do that otherwise. And blueprints are one of the best things in the game. Yeah. One of, yeah. But I'm going to say zooping, or nudging is the best thing in the game. I love nudging. It's right up there with the hover pack. I really hope this doesn't interfere with those converters below me. There's a mod for the hover pack Mark IV. That the one you are using would be a Mark III. Ah, what the fuck happened there? But give me a second, Zach, and I will kind of go over blueprints from construction on. Because a lot of what I'm doing right now is just killing time. What I'm doing right this second is literally just because, like I said, nitrogen has pissed me off. Okay, so I don't have fuel going into that one. That's fine. I mean, honestly, it would have been kind of cool to have like an army of freaking fluid trucks moving all my oil. That would have been really cool. But again, the biggest problem was I didn't have fuel until now. Okay, blueprints. So, first thing with the blueprint designer, you have 3 stages of blueprint designers. You have Mark 1, Mark 2, and Mark 3. The Mark 1, as shown here, is a 4x4 grid. The Mark 2 is a 5x5, and the big boy Mark 3 is a 6x6. There are mods to get larger ones. I think they go up to like a 12x12 when you get into mods. But anything you make inside of the blueprint designer, so anything that can fit inside of a blueprint designer, you can save as a blueprint. Like right now, this one is called Pluto Stack. And it is simply 3 belts stacked up on top of each other, right? Easy as holy crap blueprint. This is one of the most powerful blueprints you can make. You can also do stuff like this. Obviously, in my playthrough, I have had to do a massive amount of the same building over and over and over and over and over and over, ad infinitum, ad nausea, ad me hating myself. This has all been done with blueprints. If I go into blueprint dismantle mode, you can see all those squares all over the place. That tells you those are all blueprints. These are all blueprints. Why I say this little bitty guy here is such a powerful blueprint is because if I find Pluto stack, which is this blueprint, and my keyboard decides it wants to not be completely and totally stupid. You stop flying me all over the place. Please. It's acting like a key is stuck. Alright. I can put down this blueprint wherever I want. Switch to default auto connect or blueprint auto connect, and I can drag. Click once. And I can drag those belts wherever I want. So I don't have to make those 3 belts by hand over and over and over. That may not seem like that big of a deal for something like this. But when you start building a lot of something, again, these are blueprints. Because there is no way in the world I would do this whole crap without blueprints. Does that kind of answer your question, Zach? Now, if you're only making one of this machine and one of that machine and one of this machine and one of that machine, yes, blueprints are kind of a waste of time. But when you're making 5, 10, 20, 100, 7, or this is only 300. This is only 300 assemblers. Yes, I use the term only 300 assemblers. That pit of despair and misery and insanity, that's 700 refineries. Yeah, and what Geek is saying there, see, now I got Nerd and Geek. But I think Geek's been here before. When you're making something like, you know, a chain of assemblers like here, like this is a single blueprint. I could have put a little bitty nub belt here, and when I put them together, they would have automatically connected those belts. Yeah, I'm gonna go check nuclear again, and then we'll get those fuel rods actually. We'll set up the fueling portion of the drone. But we're definitely not backing up this belt too much. This might be the longest nuclear's ran. If this continues to run well for the rest of the stream, which we got about, what? A little less than 4 hours. It's 120, so it is going up a little tiny bit. But that could literally be, like I said earlier and I explained earlier, I need like 1900 and change for this whole assembly here. I got 87 more than I need on this back belt, and I got like 200 more than I need on this belt. That is why I've got smart splitters and priority mergers and stuff down here at the end, so that literally once this belt here that I'm flying over is full, the extra gets yeeted over to that. And again, for this, anything extra, those 87 per minute, those get yeeted down this buffer belt, like right there, and get fed into this merger that then sends them that way, which just makes more go that way. So this extra belt here, this one that's offset a little bit, that is literally an overflow belt from over there because I'm too lazy to set up my belts properly. All right, let's go get the fueling set up so we can at least get fuel going to all these guys. The biggest thing I got to worry about is not only am I going to have 20 some odd belts of freaking bottles coming out of all these packagers. Oh shit. Oh, no. I'm going to have 40 some odd belts. I don't think it's the assemblers I got to work. Oh. That worked out pretty well. Yeah, I don't think I got to worry about the converters. They seem to be fine. Cappy, what's going on? I still can't believe I'm having to deal with this with nitrogen. But every drone port will have a belt coming in and a belt coming out. So full bottles come out of the drone port and empty bottles go back in. I might leave enough room so that I have a little bit of goddamn keyboard. Have a little bit of space to have a buffer bin. But I could probably do that on the outbound over at the nitrogen ports because I'm gonna have more room over there. That friggin' blueprint mode. Input is wrong for the splitters. What do you mean the input's wrong for the splitters? You're talking about the fact that the orange arrow was facing the other direction the first time? I was gonna split here and come over. Just got the biochemical sculptors done on my first playthrough. Awesome. So what is going on here is nitrogen is pissing me off. For some reason, nitrogen pipes don't want to behave. I'm having sloshing in my nitrogen pipes. So we're gonna get rid of the nitrogen pipes. We're gonna drone the nitrogen. What's a good amount of items for phase 4 items? however much you want to build. I normally try to aim for at least 5 per minute, if not 10. But there's a lot of times where that's not feasible. God damn it. Bad. I honestly, completely and totally do not remember what the Phase 4 items are and how many of them is required. Also, I'm not sure if you mean the items required to go from Phase 4 to 5 or the items required to go from 3 to 4. Because both can easily be construed as the Phase 4. I could have done that either way. I thought that looked a little nicer. And I cannot or will not merge this crap together. So like every single drone port will go to its own packager. That packager will then feed back to that drone port. That way there's no mixing of bottles. Every single one of those drone ports is going to go get its own personalized bottle service. Yeah, 500 assembly director systems, 500 minute. So if you set it to 5 assembly directors, 5 magnetic field generators, 2.5 thermal propulsion rockets, and 1 nuclear pasta per minute, you're looking at 100 minutes. So just under 2 hours to complete. That's the way I look at it. So that is going to take 0.02 per trip. The drones, it's going to be the same drone. This one I have done before. I've never used plutonium rods, but I've moved nitrogen with drones before. I'm just really hoping they're correct in the we fixed the drone bug. So basically, when the drone is coming from nitrogen, it will be carrying full bottles. When it goes back to nitrogen, it will be carrying empty bottles. Aw, somebody don't like me no more. That's fine. I don't know. Whoever 521 was. So, we're looking for takers for the new subscriber number 521. Because obviously whoever was 521 decided they don't like me no more. I agree. I agree, Shy. Let's go look at my aluminum ingots. Okay, so first bin's full, second bin, third bin, fourth bin, fifth bin, and we're still filling the sixth bin. So what I'm going to do real quick, I'm going to take a smart splitter. We're going to set this to any goes forwards, any goes forwards. Listen to me when I tell you to do something, and we'll overflow that way. So once this bin is filled, everything will go that way. Start the constructor? I probably should. I want to actually make sure I have all the ingots that I want, and then we'll start the constructor. It's not going to be that long. Obviously, this area is going to get really, really, really spicy. Obey the panda. There should be a panda in the upper left of your screen. If you happen to see the panda, please obey the panda. The panda is the channel mascot, and it would like you to hit that like, subscribe, and follow button over on the Twitch. Like and subscribe on YouTube. The follow, yeah, you know what. You guys are smart. If you could hold any item in Satisfactory in real life, what would you hold? Hover pack. Fucking hover pack. Can you imagine being able to use the hover pack in real life? I'd be doing so much stupid shit with it. Whee! Lizard doggo. You know, I'd almost forgotten they were even in the game. Of course, Casper. Fucking course, Casper says doggo. You guys are starting to figure her out a little well. Careful, she might start feeling called out. Okay. Packager. Let's just go and put one down in the center here, and then we'll figure out the other ones. All right, probably should have done first. Because we're going to unpackage nitrogen gas. And of course, these things are going to be overclocked out the, to use a Kibitz term, out the wazoo. How you doing, bud? I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? So hums harm. How are you optimizing so your PC doesn't explode? Honestly, I'm not. My video settings are, they're turned all the way up. The only thing I've got turned down a little bit, and I didn't even do this, is conveyor visual quality. Everything else, I also run in windowed mode because I have to tab in and out quite a few times. I run DirectX 12. I'm running at 1440. So this is, or that's not even 1440. That's, it's 2048 by 1152. What the hell? And thank you to the new YouTube subscriber number 521. You're even more amazing than the last one. Only reason I'm saying that is because we were at 521 and then it dipped to 520. So you are 521 number 2. And obviously you're better than the first one because, well, quite frankly, you're better. I turned the pause feature on when I was doing my video on 1.2 changes, and I just haven't turned it back off yet. Again, I'm going to come over here. I'm going to check my nuclear waste disposal facility. I just want to make absolutely 100% certain that it's not backing up. Now, I really don't... I have a pretty good PC. But I am not running some, like, monster beast of a PC. It's just a pretty good PC. And for anybody curious on my specs, I'm running a 9800 X3D with a 4080 and 64 gigs of cheap DDR5. I ain't saying cheap DDR5 anymore is kind of a joke, but it was cheap when I bought it. Okay, how many of these drone ports do I actually have? I think it's 22. We're not going to count the very end one because that one's a fueling drone. Why is cheap banned as a word? Okay, it's 22. Yeah, because so many... It's only banned on Twitch. It's because of all those cheap viewers that's blah, blah, blah bots. So the word cheap doesn't get used a whole lot by the average person, but it gets used a lot by bots. And as long as my moderators are actually here doing their jobs, which is fine when they're not, I can take over. Just sucks because I can't normally see that. So I have 16. I need 6 more. I think I got those pretty well spaced. Yeah, okay. I see them up there. Nice spacing. You're not quite in the right spot. Anybody think I'm not anal retentive? You're about to find out otherwise. No, I'm not counting. I mean, seriously, do a lot of people have trouble with, like, lag and stutter and stuff on this game? I thought the game was pretty damn well optimized. I didn't think it was my PC thing. Okay, so that's 21. I need one more. And Cappy, you're welcome to try to load my save. But I was glad that I was able to find Inferno's video for yesterday, because I kept talking about, you know, achieving orbit and stuff. So I was glad I was actually able to find that video to post to you guys. Now, one thing he did mention was that if you're going to do that nuke jump thing, place down all the nukes that you want to use, save, and then load your save and then detonate within the first 30 seconds. Because you get like a 30-second invulnerability when you load a save. I think the speedrunners and stuff call them iframes. I see it mentioned on Reddit pretty frequently. I generally try to avoid Reddit. But then again, I mean, had I actually like been on Reddit a lot more, I probably need to make an Itches Gaming Reddit account. I'm not gonna make a Reddit for me, because that's a little too vain. But I might want a Reddit account for little free advertising from time to time when I actually need to post. Okay. So, packaged one's out. Bring me my yummy fuel. I still can't believe I'm doing this on fucking nitrogen. But do what you gotta do when you gotta do. Ooh, Shy. Oh, Shy went to go make popcorn. Yeah, the I in iframe stands for invulnerability. It's invulnerability frames. But yeah, same basic concept. We were talking about fueling or taking fuel rods to the other drone port. Why don't I just smack a stack of rods into each one of these drone ports as an outgoing material, so the drone itself takes that over there and drops it off? No. I'm going to put one in these ones, and then I will go set up the new drone ports. Because I can call the drone from the empty drone port. That will have that drone bring me the fuel rod, so I don't have to carry them. Does that make sense? Now, bear in mind, I still got to set up all those those extra ones. Ooh, hey, that's a fucking problem right there. A small problem, but still a damn problem. Where you at? Here. You can take that back over to the other one. I don't care. Same drone to bring fuel here. Oh, yeah, I can do that. Ah! What the hell are you doing? Still baffled that I'm doing this for freaking nitrogen. But this should 100% eliminate any stuttering I have with nitrogen. Now the drawback is I'm going to have to take nitrogen offline for a little while. I just had a thought that, like, you know, I'm gonna have to move, have power wires, and then I remembered, oh yeah, resource well pressurizer. There's already power there. Alright, use a little curve mode here. Try to make this look a little fancy. Make sure nuclear and matrix working before you do that. Honestly, the nuclear in and of itself, Das Fugen? Oh, that's one of the extra ones that isn't set up yet. Skip one. I have no idea what Das Fugen means, but... or if it even means anything. So, any Germans that might happen to be lurking, yeah, you know who I'm talking about. Am I just making up words now? Yeah, by now, I should have all my aluminum ingots. I'm worried about using vehicles myself. Do you get perfect throughput using drones? No. You can. But you might need to set up like multiple drones per line. It's kind of like it, honestly, my opinion is the best throughput you're probably going to get is trains. Because if your train station says you're not getting maximum throughput, just put another train on the same line. It's kind of one of those hacky things. So yes, this is probably going to take quite a while to make my bottles, but, you know, I gotta get all these drone ports set up. You go into you. And then you go into you. Instructor. I don't care about a little bit of clipping. I'm gonna go grab a sloop. Even then they have those animations. Yeah, the loading and unloading animations. That's one of the reasons why when you generally see people use trains, there's always a buffer bin. Which one of these is my 1075? I think it's this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times 150. That's 1050. So I'm just gonna yoink. Just somebody remind me that I took that, please. That's kind of required for this playthrough. Do I have anything on? I got some wire. If you don't know what I'm doing, I'm priming the line. So when you first do this, we're at 60-60. If I take this out, it's 60-30. Basically, I'm just running something through it to make absolutely certain that when I put what I want to put through it, which in this case is aluminum bottles, it's already set to I'm not going to lose the sloop on that first one. What's going on, Puffy? Jesus. What are we talking about? Jesus. Alright, so that's 300 per. I'm making somewhere like 25,000. That's going to take a hot minute. I'm about to test the nuke launch. I'll let you know how it goes. Yeah. I took a sloop. Need more storage. Isn't it 1-to-1? Oh shit. It's 1-to-2. Because I slooped it. Pay no attention to the giant stack of storage. Me and my friend started a rate of 1K steel ingots per minute being a lot, and here we are seeing something beyond mortal man. I don't have that many. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things I don't have a lot of. I got a lot of rocket fuel. Yeah, we got a lot of rocket fuel. All right, let's go check on the nuclear again. Since obviously we don't need to do anything with this. And we are getting the bottles up here to the top, so yay. Right, let's take a ride on the belt. I got a lot of belts. I can say that. I got a lot of belts. Okay, how many of those did I just put down? Yeah, I got a lot of belts. Welcome in, Puffy. I'm assuming, I mean, 1,000 steel ingots isn't that bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 times 4,800. Anybody wants to do that math? Yes, I can do it in game, but it's called chat engagement. The 57,600. That should be good. That should be enough, right? We said 52,000. We said 55,000. I said screw it, 57,000. Go big or go home. All right, so now I gotta set these ones up. Are you on your first playthrough, Puffy, or you got some hours? Ah! All right. I'd be ashamed naming my hours versus how far I'm at. Why? I've seen people who have multiple hundreds of hours who are still on their very first playthrough because they're not focused on just chomping away at the game. They're trying to take their sweet time. They're trying to enjoy the game, which is absolutely fine. Ooh, I don't think I could do that one again. Bear in mind, I did not measure for this. But I'm sorry, game. You can say that's yellow all the hell you want. There is no clipping there. That is a thing of freaking beauty. I mean, I'm at 2,400 hours. I got over 1,000 hours on this playthrough. We gotta admit, that is a damn thing of beauty right there. Actually, hold on. The thing of beauty will be this one. Oh, that right there. That alone deserves a like. Abusing the assembler's personal space. I'm at phase 3 with 300 hours. I only have 40 on my playthrough and I'm on phase 5. Yeah, I mean, I could sit here and say, you know, I beat the space elevator in like 100 hours. But that wasn't the point. I needed to get past the space elevator so I could do this monstrosity. I could not do this monstrosity without completing the space elevator. Yeah, see, and that's fine. Take your time. Enjoy the freaking game. It's a game. Now, here's a question for those of us who have multiple playthroughs in. If you could go back and do your first playthrough again, would you? Because that's kind of always the sad thing. You only get one first time. And you can look at that however you want. How much longer would your first playthrough have taken you if you could go back knowing it was your first playthrough? And I get that one. I see that one a lot. A lot of people say that, you know, I have thousands of hours in. I've never actually beat the game, but I've done multiple saves. I got to a point where I wasn't happy with how things were going. Or I decided to, instead of just tearing down my factory and rebuilding it, just starting again. I see that one a lot. And I get that. Sometimes it is easier just to start over. And before it said no. Just no. This is not getting started over. That's a negative, Ghost Rider. That's a big old fat stinky negative. Not happening. So that's an issue. I might need a tissue. I'm going to go down to the very end. I'm going to tear down the last of the in-between packagers. And we're going to put that... Instead of being there... We're going to put it here. And yes, Casper, I see what you said. I mean, a good chunk of my hours in this game is literally just AFK. Go here. Now, why did I put that there instead of just literally coming right off the end? like I did on all the rest. Does anyone know why? I did do it for a very important reason. Okay, don't need one there. Sorter belts? For shorter belts? No. It will be very apparent when I go when I go downstairs and start working on the belts down there. Other than the fact it kind of looks cool. And sometimes you just have to do things because it looks cool. A packager's input and output are in a straight line. Oh! Talk about things of beauty. I love it. I effing love it. Does anybody else get like really, really, really excited like that when something just works that freaking well? I mean, that is a damn pretty thing. But had I tried to put the floor hole right at the entrance, it would have interfered with this belt. Alright, if you're not aware, straight mode does depend on which side you click on first. Put down 16 nuke Novelisk, and I'm going to blow them all up under me at the same time. Good luck! I mean, honestly, 136 hours, going back to earlier chat, 136 hours and being at phase 4 isn't bad. Motherfucker. Somebody sees it. Sorry for the profanity, but that's annoying. Do you blueprint absolutely every machine recipe you already know you will do? Or are these packages, for example, all manual plays? The packagers are all manually. I normally only blueprint something if I'm going to put down a lot. And it's complicated and it's going to be repeatable. Honestly, these aren't that bad, and I'm also killing time because I need to, we're currently waiting to see if nuclear backs up or not. But like the refineries you see here on my left, that was all done with blueprints. Except for the pipes. The actual pipes that fed into the system, like all the fuel pipes here, the fuel pipes going into the refineries are part of the blueprint, but the actual main fuel pipes, that was done by hand. Kind of just depends on how I'm feeling at the moment. The vibe thing. My innocence is now tainted because you use profanity. Yeah, I know. Don't worry, you'll get over it. I have to say goodnight now. I'm tired and I'm old and tired, 55, even though I'm a teenager at heart. Bye-bye. Good night, Corby. Get some rest, bud. Yeah, like I said, it really depends on... If I've got to build a few hundred of a machine, yes, they're going to be blueprints. If I only got to build like 10, 20, they might not be. With this playthrough, mostly it's been blueprints because there's hundreds. Oh. And one of the biggest things that I have an issue with sometimes is very rarely do I have a build that requires the exact multiple that the blueprint is going to give me. Like I've got a 5x assembler, a 10x assembler, and a 15 assembler. I think I've got a 3 as well. But very rarely do I have a build that requires a multiple of those. Is there anything that's at a scale? There's only 22 packagers. I can show you areas that only have like 9. I think that might be the lowest. So you're mentally trying to go through. No, I've only got like 6 refineries for aluminum. So there's definitely some like single digit builds in this. And there's some 4-digit builds. For anybody who's not aware, there is 4,680 fuel gens there. Yes, I know that number by heart. Because I had to build it. Yes, that is done with blueprints. Because, no. You forgot to disconnect aluminum ingots from the constructor. Why would I disconnect the aluminum ingots from the constructor? Oh, shit. No, what I forgot to do was disconnect that, No, I got that one. That one's good. This is the one I was worried about. Is that the one you were talking about? We both had the same freaking thought. Shy and I might be related. Don't forget to take back the thingy that you asked us to remind you about. I will as soon as the thingy is done. The problem is I'm making 300 per minute, and Shy, how many bottles am I making? 57,600? Yeah, it's going to take 192 minutes. It's going to take about 3 hours, or over 3 hours, to actually make all those. Ooh, do I do realize though? I need to flip those. Because now I need to empty downwards instead of filling upwards. Everyone is related to everyone. There's some people closer than others. Yeah. Can't believe it's going to take almost 3 hours to make my bottles. Maybe that's Tuesday's stream. Nitrogen pissed me off so much, I said screw pipes. Deja vu. What are we having deja vu about, Puppy? What, the number of fuel gens I have? I mean, it could have been worse. I could have not overclocked them. Now, the scary thing is the fact that I literally had to move 4 of those towers because they were in my way. That idea was a bad idea. This is the home of bad ideas. It's literally on my YouTube channel. If you go to my actual channel, there is a banner that says the home of bad ideas. Because this is the home of bad ideas. Alright, let's go check nuclear. Yes, I'm going to go over there and check quite a few times because I am extraordinarily paranoid. Now, see, the bad thing is, if Puffy thinks anything here is bad, should I show them this little tiny small storage area? There, it's little. It's tiny. It's small. It's not really that big, right? Little, tiny, small. Casper loves when I say that. I think you should. We got a problem here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a freaking problem. The belts already scare me. All right, we need to check every one of these. One 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 87 effing percent. Fucking sulfuric acid again. Ah! All right, that lasted quite a while. The belts scare me. I might be redoing the sulfuric acid a little bit so I'm not running full pipes. Nom nom, what are we nom nomming about? You have food? Why do you have food and not sharing it with me? Okay, to the storage! Whee! Homemade meatball sub. Yeah, Casper makes those. Hasn't made one in a while, but... Okay, so sulfuric acid is still being a pain in the ass. Noted. Yeah, see, little tiny small storage. It's not that big. That's why I don't worry about my grid very much. Yeah, Fitz has redeemed a hydrate. Can you guys seriously hear when I'm not sitting up straight? Is there really that much of a difference in my voice when I'm not sitting up straight versus when I am sitting up straight? 46,000. Okay, Casper. Flex. Get your flex out. I don't even know how many Johnny has. Johnny's got to have a ridiculous amount. Like, the only thing Johnny ever cashes them in on is highlighting messages. But yeah, there you go, Puffy. That little tiny small storage. And a factory to go with it. Oh, we're not talking about those points, Maya. Yeah, this. Oh, see, here's the scary thing. I think it was you that asked earlier about blueprints. The only blueprints you'll see here is the storage bins and the foundations. Everything else was done by hand over 3 painstaking days. I'm still in dismantle blueprint mode. You can tell from the squares above me. As you see, there's no blueprints. Oh no, see, the scary thing is they're not overclocked either. Peasants. We're not talking about the loose screws. We're talking about the Twitch channel points. I should give myself like 100 million bajillion, like Google-illion. I don't even know how to say that. Who's related? Talking about me and Casper? We're married. Yeah, Casper is my wiffle. She's my wifey. For 22 years? Yeah, 22 years. After a while, I know how to remember, but I don't like acknowledging that my kid's 22 freaking years old. Well, see, the nice thing is I don't have to worry about remembering my anniversary because she can't remember it either. So we're safe there. Neither one of us can remember our anniversary. Yeah, we have 2 children. We have Turtle and Salmon. No, those are not their real names. Those are their handles. And Salmon is 22. Turtle is going to be 20 this year. Disclaimer, I'm not one of their kids. No, Amaya is not one of our kids. I would have been arrested for child abuse if Amaya was one of my kids. Mad. I'm a little on the mad side. I had a lot of people ask me why I built that factory without blueprints. It's like, I started without them. And I just never made the blueprints. See, this number should be 8.8, not floating around 8.7. So, we have an issue with sulfuric acid. It is not enjoying being in full pipes. Why is it not enjoying being in full pipes? How do we make it enjoy being in full pipes? What do we do to make it love itself? For the next playthrough, you think we should ban using blueprints? So you're suggesting a loop? Is that what you're going for, Shy? I don't normally do that on a feed line. I do that a lot on supply lines, but not feed lines. But I mean, give it a shot. That didn't work. Wrong direction. I think it needs to be it'd have to be a four-way here. You come in this way, you come in this way, you come in this way, and you go down the hole. Is that kind of what you're thinking? I could probably get rid of the buffer, but I like the buffer. And place the thing. And the thing. Which thing are you talking about? You leave my thing out of this. And try this in two different manners. And thank you for following the channel over there on the Twitch there. John Bobby. Obi John Bobby. I appreciate you taking that left. One left. Oh yeah, we're at 199 followers over on the Twitch. Who is going to be number 200? Who's going to have that honor, that magic, that majestic feeling of holding in my heart? And like I said, this is a test. That's why I'm doing this in two different ways. That's why I have that set up in two different ways, because it is a test. Just like, who wants to be subscriber number 522 over on YouTube? For anybody who's not aware, I am live on both Twitch and YouTube. If one of my mods would be so kind as to drop the link to the opposite platform. I gotta change that. Remind me after stream, I need to change that, Casper. Yep. And there's the Discord from Amaya. Thank you, Amaya. Thank you, Casper. You are absolutely amazing. I don't care what Johnny says about you guys. A little late there, Amaya. Like, I'm worried about that one noodle. No, I will say, for anybody interested in my Twitch, I do not run ads on my Twitch, but when you first load my Twitch, you will get hit with an ad because I can't turn that one off. Yeah, but I'm old and slow and I still scare you. So I'm going to give about 5 minutes. And then we will turn that back on. Because that should allow all the sulfuric to build back up. I am not going to drone the sulfuric acid over to these. I mean, I might. Maybe. We'll see. I mean, technically speaking, if these are all yellow, they're not all yellow. I see a blue light. Yep. I see some blue lights. Now they're yellow. If they're all yellow, that means they're all fully full, right? Fluid truck. You really want me to do a fluid truck from here to there? We go beep beep. The problem is I don't really have anywhere to put the freaking stations. It would be hilarious. Do it. Fog! Oh, you think that's bad, Fog? I don't know how long you've been here. And fuel it with plutonium fuel rods. I don't know how long you've been lurking or whatnot. But the most hilarious thing ever, nitrogen is giving me a problem. I have nitrogen pipes that are sloshing. So I have decided we're going to take care of that the old-fashioned way. We're not going to run nitrogen pipes all the way across the map anymore. We're going to get rid of those. And I have spent the last X amount of time, I don't want to admit how long this has taken, setting up this. Oh yeah, I still need to put drones on these. I am going to drone all of my nitrogen. Because I can. Where's that little buddy going to? The other one. How many drones will I need for that? I'm factoring 22. I wish I could copy and paste. Where's my shift key now? There we go. Nitro 6. And use plutonium fuel rods as fuel. Exactly. So I have 20 pipes of nitrogen. 20 full pipes of nitrogen. The reason I have 22 is because there are 3 areas that don't give me an even number of pipes. So instead of trying to combine those 3 pipes, we're just going to run 3 drones for it. Because honestly, the amount of... Was there perhaps a capital I 2 platforms ago? I mean, possibly. Hold on. Nitro 9. Oh, damn it. Go away, you piece of crap. Thank you. We all know I'm not anal in the least bit when it comes to stuff like that, right? Go away. I hate that crap. Okay, that one's fine. Now, if I remember right, there's a 300 pipe and two 150 pipes. Anybody remember what number I was on? Nitro 14. This should be Nitro 15. Nitro 16. Nitro 17. Nitro 18. Nitro 19. And now for the three fun ones. Nitro 20. 20. 1. That was weird. Nitro. I like when you can triple click and select everything. And Nitro 23. That Geiger counter sounds unhappy. I can make it sound a lot less happy. Yeah, that's kind of what happens when you sit over a whole lot of plutonium. Okay, by now I should be able to turn nuclear water back on. And we'll see if Shy's fix helped anything and which one of the two or both of them fixed anything. And yes, I could have put down a priority power switch wherever I wanted. I'd rather just fly over here. Now, the funny thing is, and I learned this in my last playthrough doing nuclear, just because the Geiger counter is all the way up to the max on radiation level, that's not that bad. There are varying levels of having that maxed out. Like, it's pretty maxed right here, right? Look at how fast my iodine filter is burning. It's going kind of slow, right? Now watch as I go forwards. The radiation level can't go any higher because I got that bar maxed out. But that iodine filter is going to start burning a lot faster. And it's even worse if you sit on top of a bin of plutonium waste. It's even worse if you stick a whole bunch of plutonium fuel cells in your pocket. Oh no. Putting a stack in your pocket isn't that bad. Filling your pocket with the freaking plutonium waste is bad. Been there, done that. Vixonium's pretty damn spicy too. My last playthrough, we did a complete uranium 2 Vixonium run. And the only reason I'm not doing Vixonium in this playthrough is I don't have the resources to do it. My first time playing around with radiation is I found one of the uranium deposits, like as I was exploring this area. There was just a chunk of uranium on the side. So of course I break out the chisel and just tick, 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 tick. And I couldn't figure out why I kept dying. I'd die, I'd go get my death crate and die again. I'd go get my death crate and die again. Death crate, die again. Death crate, die again. Eventually I realized, having uranium in my pocket was a bad goddamn idea. All this, Puffy, to put this into perspective, when I say I don't have the resources, I mean I don't have them anymore. I am currently consuming all of the world's oil, nitrogen, sulfur, deuterium, bauxite, uranium, quartz. That might be it. The only things I have left is iron, copper, and limestone. Coal and sand, thank you. I can never name them all off. And when I say I have all the world's resources, I have everything. And for anybody interested, I do have a save available free of charge in my Discord somewhere. I'll find it and post it in the shareables, where none of this crap is built. All that is done is this sorting facility and every belt and pipe leading into it. Yeah, that right there. That is every drop of oil on the map. And there is not a single pump on those pipes. Zero. No pumps at all on those pipes. There are pumps on my nitrogen pipes only to set direction and as act as check valves because I hate valves. How do you get it to work without pumps? I'm sure a lot of people have heard the water tower trick, where you pump water up to a really high point and then run it down into a manifold that looks very similar to that one. And you set all the valves to 0 so that your water tower never runs out. Well, the thing is, you don't have to get your liquid up that high. You don't have to use pumps to get it up to a certain height. It just has to be at a certain height. So for water, if you pulled water down from the red forest, if you put an extractor in this pond right here, or any pond up here, and ran a pipe down to wherever the hell you wanted, you have your head pressure already. Because that pipe that's coming from way up here says, okay, I have head pressure at this height. So even if you ran it down to this void and you built just barely above the death plane, you could pump water from anywhere. What I did is I brought a pipe from this oil node that is the highest point. I had to collect all the oil anyways. So if you happen to notice when I was showing the manifold here, there's a purple pipe. There's actually 3 of those pipes. I only painted one of them purple. That purple pipe comes from the red forest. So as long as none of my other pipes go higher than where that pipe started, I can take that head pressure and apply it to every other pipe. And I did. And bear in mind, it's not just here. I've also got a pipe that literally runs down to every single extractor that gives head pressure at the extractor. I don't completely think it was needed, but it was just a little extra security. me check this, and I'll go show you guys. Because I need to start setting up drone ports at nitrogen anyways. So we got to go to the blue crater, which is the lowest source of oil. I got 2 crates full. I only saw 2. Was it 3? Oh yeah, it is 3. Okay, thank you, Shy. Yeah, because that's crate number 4. How many crates do I have there? 12? I think it's 12 crates. So I'm a third of the way there. Yay! Numbers! See, like I said, it's called chat engagement. It's also called I don't remember shit. Nope. See, a lot of times I will deforest things, but this tree right here actually provides the exact distance I need to be able to slide jump and start another slide jump to get into my hypertube cannon, giving me a lot of speed. Okay. And brakes! Yeah, if anybody ever wants to know an easy way to slow down at the end of a hypertube cannon, literally just point to anywhere you have power and switch to your hover pack. But yeah, as you see, there is no pumps on that line. This weird pipe here is coming from the Red Forest. There's no pumps on that line. There's no pumps on that line. Any of those lines. Or make a bigger cannon. Oh, I was talking about stopping. It's the 2 people who can. All right, that's true, Johnny. Shy is the one that came up with no. Shy can count. He just can't math. There's a slight difference there. Remember 97, Shy. Ah, shit. Do you know what I just realized? It's possible I fucked something else up. I literally say, do you know what I just realized? And as Casper's walking in the door, she's like, what? Did you fuck something else up? One day I'll forget about it. Not likely. I'm like a rabbit. I'd never forget. That's how that saying goes, right? It's rabbits that never forget, right? Even you, Amaya. Even you, Amaya. Okay. Let's build a... That'll work. A2, Amaya. A2. I don't think it's up high enough. There's that. There we go. Maybe. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, that'll be fine. The only drawback is I don't know if this impure pipe here combines. Man, Oh, you son of a bitch. I see you. This is one of the things I love in 1.2. Those stupid, annoying ass things. I ain't got time to get my damn chisel out every single fucking time. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 522. You are absolutely awesome. I don't care what Amaya says. I think you're amazing. And I greatly appreciate you tickling that like button, or that subscribe button. And maybe that like button too. I don't know. I don't pay attention to my likes. So we're going to put these at the very end. What did I do? You were born. You smell funny. Was it Kibitz or freaking Eclipse that just recently found out that you could get rid of these big ass corals? Like, it made a big old freaking deal. Like, I built all the way around this thing because I didn't think you could get rid of it. Wait, you can get rid of it, man. What the I'm not chocolate. I've never seen thorns on a chocolate bar. What? All sweet things have thorns, and that's not true. Okay, so I want green facing in. See, we're just gonna cheat on this shit too. We're gonna make sure these damn things are. That's not actually gonna go where I want it to go. I need it out farther. Because my goal, what I want to do is I want to put down. I want a buffer bin. Oh no, that'll work. Yeah, that'll work. Ludo got a sub after seeing all that freaking craziness. I appreciate it. We definitely do crazy around here. We try to live up to the channel name. But thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It does really, really mean the world to me. I'm just really bad at showing my appreciation. This always feels like kind of fake. Or it feels like I sound fake. Yeah, that's a better way to phrase it. Ah, no! There we go. You think that'll be good enough, Shy? I got a buffer bin for empty tanks, and I got a buffer bin for full tanks. But now you know, Morden. You can also get rid of the big old the mushroom plants. Though I still swear, and I'm sure Johnny's my witness, some of those stupid mushroom things you couldn't get rid of in 1.1. I'm sure Johnny remembers that one in the goddamn swamp. Okay. So we're gonna name this Nitro 19 out. And we're going to count down. Nitro 18 out. Did I put a hyphen between the number and... No. And... Nitro 17 out. So now if I call fuel load to these, I guess I just need to call it to 1. Right? See? Yeah, that. Well, I'll take 3 stacks of rods. I'll fill these up, and then I'll move the rest of the rods over to the other side and let the drone take them back. Because I don't want a bunch of rods in my freaking pocket. They're spicy. They hurt. They don't make me feel good. But I need to use the restroom. Speaking of things that don't make me feel good, here we go. What does mod pull do? I think it just lets the mods do a pull. I honestly have no idea where it pulls the mods. Okay, I guess I only needed 2 here because I don't know about this impure pipe. I'm guessing the drone hasn't gotten here yet because I don't see any. I'm not feeling the burn yet. Cannot unload. No drone. Oh, yeah, this isn't gonna work. We'll just go get 3. Basically, the drone is stuck at where I unload the fuel rods currently because it literally can't unload to it. I also need to check this impure pipe. I need to see where it goes. Like, does this impure pipe combine with another pipe? Because I know I've got at least 2 other sources of nitrogen on this beltway. This stack of pipes here will combine with 2 other pipe stacks. Because I've got the nitrogen that's in the Abyss Cliffs, and I've got the nitrogen that's in the swamp. Yeah, that's it. So it kind of comes down to, yeah, that's a pain in the ass. How would I handle that? Because I really don't have any room for any more freaking drone ports back at the power plant, short of building out more, which I don't really want to do. Okay, so I have another pipe that joins into that pipe, and then it becomes a pure pipe. So like this is 600 here. Same port received from multiple places. The problem with that is, then I'm mixing my bottles. And if you've ever mixed your bottles when it comes to drones, at some point in time, it's gonna get unbalanced. One of those 2 drone ports is going to end up with a lot more bottles than the other one. And it's probably going to be the closer one, because it takes less time. Or it's going to be the farther one away, because this one does take less time, so there's more time for it to fill up in between. Now, one thing I could do is I could take this impure pipe, combine it with the impure pipe here that becomes a pure pipe, and run it from a drone port that way. Like, I've got 2 impure pipes here, but that kind of sort of defeats the entire purpose of this. Doggo! So that's definitely some things I got to think about. This one's not running 100%. This is one of the problems. When I start combining pipes that are coming from a long distance, there's a little bit of battle. I wonder if this is literally the entire problem I'm having. Basically, I put those 2 pumps down to, I guess the term would be set directionality. So that any of the nitrogen gas that comes out of this has to go this way. Any of the nitrogen gas that comes out of this way has to come this way. They meet here in the middle, and then they have to go that way. Yeah, basically I'm doing the same thing as a valve, but I've had some issues with valves. But with pumps, I don't seem to have a problem with pumps on nitrogen lines. You don't generally use pumps on liquid lines because they reset head pressure, but since gases don't have head pressure, I normally don't have much issue with it. I would not recommend doing that on a fluid pipe. And the weird thing is it mainly seems to be occurring. Let me check this one. Running 100 on that. 100. Kind of surprised that one's running 100 with the, there being 40 some odd in there. I wonder if that's literally one of the nitrogen pipes that's been giving me fits. Oh, and there is a reason why this pipe is a weird color. When I ran these pipes, I set a thing in my head where if it was the proper color plus... Wait, there's no nitrogen here. It's just oil. If it was the proper color, it was either 300 or 600, depending on the size of the pipe. If it was this weird color, that told me that it was half of... basically, let's just go with half. So, a Mark 1 that's this weird color tells me there's 150 in it. A Mark 2 that's this weird color told me there was 450 in it. Let's check nuclear while we're here. The drawback is I'm not sure if we're even full yet. Now, Vog, I don't know if you're still here or not, but if you are, let me know. I know it's a bit late over there, but it's not full yet, so I'm not really going to be able to know. And it ran for, what, a couple hours last time? Now, one thing I could do, but the problem becomes a fueling issue. But I could put up more drone ports over here to handle fueling. I could send that impure pipe from the Blue Crater to a drone port at the Abyss Cliffs nitrogen, have it unload there, and have it pipe into the packager. Basically have a packager from the Blue Crater, a drone into a packager from the Blue Crater, plus a packager from, or not even, just tee in the nitrogen that's already there at the Abyss Cliffs, or run it as two individual packagers. So that's something that's going to have some thought. I need nitrogen. I need plutonium. Yeah, I can just steal you, and steal you. Yoink! Bye-bye! I mean, it's not like I don't have iodine filters. The only problem is if I were to do that, bring the impure pipe from here to the Abyss Cliffs, I would have to have another drone that brought fuel to one of the two spots. That was a little close. There we go. They're all fueled. There we go. We'll have to get bottles as well, but I hate this freaking SAM belt. Out of all the SAM on the map, that is probably the absolute worst one. You should probably use the teleporter to get across the map. It'd be nice if I had singularity cells. We were talking about that earlier, Ken, where I could literally have, when I made the factory of factories, the Mega Factory, I probably could have made singularity cells and just stockpiled a crap ton of them. Because, like, what all goes into a singularity cell? I know it's aluminum. I know aluminum is a vital component. Dark matters of SAM. Concrete, who cares? Iron plates, who cares? Copper, again, who cares? I could easily make that. Nitrogen and... I don't really need nitrogen to make radio control units. You absolutely need nitrogen to make fused modular frames, though. Yeah, I have most of that stuff in storage except for the copper powder. My biggest problem is, and I know I can literally turn the teleporters on and off when I need them. My problem always comes down to remembering to turn them off so I don't waste singularity cells. Yeah, it could be done. And while I'm going by here, I'm going to check that that node again, see if it's running at 100% or not. Ow! Hey, I wasn't at full health.
Bringing you back isn't easy, you know?
It's not, it's a spawn. Johnny, where's DWA? Riding the belts gives you a little break. Yeah, except for when I fall off of them and die. What's going on, Jeremy? There we go. That's why, right there. Don't worry about it. I know. I was looking for somewhere to put my nuclear power plant, and I really seriously thought about putting it underwater. We were really seriously talking about putting all my nuclear power plants underwater. Abusing the build underwater trick. But you see what you've missed, J-Money? We got nuclear now. We got a glow-in-the-dark swamp. Doing 100x space parts with max power consumption. Yeah, definitely going to be getting there. Seems the processing waste is being processed right. Yeah, I just don't think it's actually filled up yet. How much power? Read the stream title. We got 14.7, baby. Ish. We don't have all of the 14.7 though, because it should be 14.757. The highest I have seen so far in its fluctuation is 17.7 or 14.74. So we're still a little bit off, and we're having problems with sulfuric acid, so that's why it's over on my right. Yeah, Shy, the last one's not filled up. Last one's not getting anything because this one's still filling. Yes, I am using 7 power augmenters. Check the other pipe. What other pipe? Let me go check my nitrogen real quick. Turn my flashlight on. I'm scared of the dark. The other side blenders. Oh, for sulfuric. Well, what I've been doing is I literally just wait for that one pipe to back up, or that belt to back up. If that belt backs up, then obviously shit ain't going right. Yeah, those ones will fill faster. I'll go check them here in a minute. It was this one here that wasn't running 100. Well, it's running 100 now. It's getting a little bit more full. So it might still back up. Meow meow. Where is Casper to hear them? What, the spiders? Because I do think I still have arachnophobia mode on. It's just too goddamn funny. And that's definitely building up. I just don't know if it's going to build up too much or not. So I'll have to let this run. We'll have to come check this a little later. It's definitely building up. But see, it gets to a certain point and then it dumps. Even that one's 20 some. This is the problem. It's just very hard to narrow this down. It wasn't at 100 or at 0. It was at, oh, oh, you're saying 0% filled. I read that as 0% operation. Yeah, and they're both at the 20 to 30. I think what happens is anytime both nitric blenders are full, it sends kind of a shockwave back through the pipe, and it's because the pipes are so ridiculously long. What's your main goal in this world? To make 14.757 million megawatts and have it run perfectly stable. Welcome in, Mr. Hernandez. Because I have no idea how to say that first, what I'm assuming is the first name there. No, the idea of this playthrough was a brainchild I had back in 1.1. If you took every single spec of resources on the map, 1.1 map, default, no all pure nodes, no node randomization, none of that crap, and you turned everything into power, how much power could you make? And could you get it to run reliably? After a lot of back and forth theory crafting, discussion on recipe this, recipe that, where this recipe where this resource goes, where that recipe resource goes, yada yada yada, we came up with 14.757 terawatts was the maximum theoretical limit with a default map. Obviously 1.2 came out after we had that theory crafting. We found out that using all pure nodes we could get up to about 21, and I believe I could get up to around 100 terawatts using some other options. Wahoo! Cheese! Wahoo! Wahoo to you. Wahoo to me! 14.7. But as you see, it's not stable. This instability you see there is not because of geothermal power generation. I have them hooked up. I have them turned off. So what you see there is currently issues in fuel to turbo fuel to rocket fuel, and then burning off the rocket fuel. But most of it isn't at the generators. It's before there. I'm having some issues with nitrogen. I'm having some issues with fuel to turbo fuel. I'm having some issues with turbo fuel to rocket fuel. The biggest thing that's driving me nuts is literally I have sloshing in nitrogen. Nitrogen goes into nitric acid goes into my rocket fuel. So if I run even and this entire playthrough, like I said, it's every resource. Like there is no sulfur left. There is no nitrogen left. There is a lot of things left. So I can't just make more. There's no more SAM for me to make more nitrogen, to make extra nitric acid. I can't make extra of really anything unless it's iron, copper, or limestone based. But I want that challenge. Like there's no reason why this compacted coal here should be running 95% of the time. It should be running 100%. No, that one's running 95%. It should be running 100% of the time. Those two should not be running at 95%. By them running at 95%, that tells me that I'm not consuming that coal because the inputs are full. I don't know why I'm bleeding sulfur here. There's just a whole lot of little bitty hiccups that I have to nail down and fix. We were talking yesterday about numbering pipes. If you were to try to number a pipe with the length of pipes I have, how would you do it? Go to the producing end, disconnect, and then go try to find the pipe that has nothing in it at the far end. This was all planned out in Satisfactory Modeler. Now, if you're not familiar with Satisfactory Modeler, it is a free application available on both Steam and itch.io. No, I'm not sponsored. No, I have no affiliation with it. It's just a really amazing program, so I recommend it highly. And the actual modeler file for this playthrough is available for free in my Discord, along with the save. So if you have that insanity itch, or you think you can fix anything in the save, it's available. Can I show you what it looks like? Yeah. We can pop over to the modeler real quick. So this is my modeler file. And that's not all of it. We also have my nuclear aspect. Pay no attention to this down here. And we have my power matrices. Oh, there's shit that doesn't say done. Bit on the confusing side, but when you get used to it, so these are running 100% now. How long they're going to run at 100%, I don't know. I don't think it was those two that were giving me problems this most recent time. I think it was these two at 97% of the time. But that nitrogen is full. 100% nitrogen is full. We're backing up on nitric. But what I was talking about, why I was saying I think we have a problem with sloshing, is each of these consumes 300 per minute, and they take 2.4 seconds. So if at any time both of these are full for those 2.4 seconds, no nitrogen can flow this way. This has all been built by myself. As you see, there's no other players. And this is taking me about 4 months. This has been a labor of love / a labor of insanity. There's a lot of people who will say, okay, pipes work this way based on a 6-meter run. I have 800 kilometers of pipe. So if something was going to act up because just calculation errors, it's going to show up a lot more on 800 kilometers than it's going to show up on 8 meters. Is the pipe master? I don't know about that. I normally stream for about 7 hours a day. And this save, because I get asked this question all the time, we're going to preempt it. We're currently sitting at 1,159 hours and 42 minutes on this save. I get asked that question all the time. We still have a good chunk of nitric. This one is a little bit low. So I wonder if that's why I've got that buildup. I'm going to cut this pipe again. We did this earlier, but we're going to do it again. Next, to do it with the random node and pure node. Yeah, I wanted to do random node placement when I started this map, because this playthrough began in 1.2 about an hour and a half after experimental launched. So you remember when 1.2 came to experimental, we played around for about an hour in my previous save trying to check all the differences and seeing what all 1.2 broke. It broke a lot of my vehicle pathing. Like I had 100+ factory carts just driving around the map aimlessly. But the new pathing requires stations. And I didn't have stations. So it broke those. Also found that it broke it didn't really work with some of the other ways I had vehicles set up. I had to change how they were set up. Can you show the electricity numbers? Yeah, give me just a second. I have to go to a power pole. One of the bad things about daisy chaining is you may not have power poles all that close to you, especially when you have hundreds upon hundreds of a certain structure. And one of the things we've always said is, we've said for a long time, I have go big-itis, where I make really huge, monstrous-sized buildings, or I just do things at a ridiculous scale in any game I play. Is that good, Sagar? But yeah, I wanted to do random node placement, but the problem is, since this was all theory crafted back in 1.1, I was really worried that random node placement would affect and believe it or not, that's nowhere near the maximum. Hello, creepy gamer. How you doing? And how are you doing, Sagar? How are you doing, Mr. Hernandez? I think I asked that one already, but hello to all the new chatters and any lurkers who might be hanging out. Lurkers are always welcome. You're always loved here. All right. So now this one's full of nitric acid. I'm going to go ahead and paint this. I don't need to paint this one. It's the end of the line. I know exactly which one these two are. Now bear in mind, the number you were seeing was literally with a rocket fuel line disconnected. Every single one of those rocket fuel pipes, and there's 78 of them, are about 111 gigawatts. Bro, you can't get... Okay, what? I am huge on trying to help people as much as I can. What are you having issues with in Phase 4? I know Phase 4 is aluminum production, but I don't want to assume that aluminum is what's kicking your ass. I know aluminum kicks a lot of people's ass, but I don't want to assume that. And right now, most of this stream is literally me waiting. So I would rather spend this time answering questions and helping people. And I love to help people. Half my content is literally about helping people. Moving stuff around. How often do I stream? I stream 3 days a week currently. I stream Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, I stream noon to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Or, sorry. Misspoke. Noon to 7 p.m. Eastern Standard. And on Wednesday, I stream 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. God, all right. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Tuesday and Thursday, I stream noon to 7 p.m. Eastern Standard. Wednesday, I stream 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. There we go. God, I can't talk. Moving stuff around the world and aluminum. How are you trying to move things around the world? My best bit of advice for aluminum is either get a pure recipe, like pure aluminum ingot, pure caterium ingot, pure copper ingot, or wet concrete. I view all of those as pure recipes. That way you can dump your water byproduct easily. Otherwise, look into what's called a VIP junction. What is it? Variable input priority junction. If you type in VIP priority junction or VIP junction Satisfactory in Google, it'll explain it. But that allows you, and I'm flying over to my aluminum factory right now. I have a little tiny small aluminum factory right here. But I have 206.45 water coming out. I need 412.9 water to make my aluminum. So the difference is literally fed right there. That's why this is a really funky looking setup. Basically, this junction takes priority from the bottom pipe. So it will take all the water on that bottom pipe, send it this way, and anything else it needs, it gets from the top pipe. I kind of hate trains more than I use them. What are the purple capsules? What do you mean purple capsules? I don't know what you mean by purple capsules, Sagar. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. I'm going off the name Hagar and just changing the H to an S. Alright, what is your problem with trains? Is it signaling or... The most kilometers of belts I have over 2,000 kilometers of belts. I haven't loaded my save and Satisfactory calculator or Satisfaction for a minute, so... Okay, so last I checked, I had 2196.83 kilometers of belts and 785.22 kilometers of pipes. How are we doing on this project? Okay, so we're over halfway there, Shy. You can craft the overclock capsules. Can you show this factory? Are you talking about power shards? What you turn slugs into? Is that what we're referring to? I just want to make absolutely certain that I show you the right thing. Oh wait, I've got power. Yeah, it's a little confusing here. It's a lot less confusing at my other factory. Damn, I just missed a panda. Would have been a great time to do the panda. Okay, I'm assuming we're talking about power shards. These things. If that's what we're talking about, I have oil. This is a very, very easy setup. Oil into diamonds, quartz, raw quartz into quartz crystal, right there. Those diamonds are fed to converters to make time crystals. Wait for my autosave to kick off. The time crystals come down, so you've got time crystals, quartz crystals, and the time crystals plus dark matter crystals, or dark matter residue, makes dark matter crystals. Some of the time crystals, the dark matter crystals, and the quartz crystals, combined with excited photonic matter, make power shards. The dark matter residue that comes out of this gets fed back into these over here to make the dark matter crystals. Unfortunately, it's not as easily to understand as a lot of my factories. But that's your basic recipe. But as inflated as this is easier than my other factory. And we have a little tiny small storage here. And yes, I did need this large of a storage. If you really want to get around the map kind of quickly, hypertube cannons are the way. All that storage, basically once I turned on this power plant, I had no more resources to make anything. So before I really started this, I wanted to have everything needed to make this factory. And as you see, there's a lot here. There's 4,680 fuel gens. There's 250 coal gens. There's, I don't even know how many refineries. Actually, I might be able to figure that out now. Well, no, because there's still the ones at the other plant and scattered around the map. There's multiple thousands of coal gens. But, like, this row of quantum encoders here is literally all making power shards. This is all making dark matter crystals. This is all making either diamonds or time crystals. All the way from the particle accelerators this way. And then quartz is made over there in the pink refineries. What about nuclear? There's 307 nuclear power plants. Take me a little bit to get over there, but we'll go over there. No, you cannot craft summer sloops. There are 106 on the map. If you research everything, you will eat 3 of them. You'll eat one of them to be able to scan for summer sloops. You'll eat, I'm pretty sure you'll eat one to be able to use summer sloops, and you'll eat another one to make the alien power mage. Either one for the power augmenter and one for the matrices. I know there's 3 you consume. I just can't remember which. Oh, we can find out real fast. Now that's going to annoy me. You eat one to scan them. You eat one to be able to use them to double your stuff, and you eat another one to for the power augmenter. You do not eat one for the power matrices. Yeah, there we go. I spent like 45 minutes yesterday looking for 3 before I researched that. Yeah, I can see that. I don't want to think about how many hours in the save I spent looking for summer sloops. But there is my nuclear power plant. And if I get up high enough, the smoke will go away. I think. Nope. But yeah. I can't even fit that. There you go. It's all in one. How far out do I have to zoom in order to actually get it all into the frame? No, nuclear power plants don't make pollution. That's just steam. And that's actually true. A nuclear power plant is literally just a ginormous steam turbine. Put really hot, spicy rock into water, and it makes steam. And steam makes things... Ah! That hurt. What's the easiest resource to make? At this level? At this scale? Or at this stage of the game? Coal power is the easiest way to make power. It just sucks. Coal is literally just coal and water, and boom, you got power. Beyond that, you get into diluted fuel. Using the right recipes, rocket fuel is really easy to make. put your hand over the top of a steaming pot, and you will literally feel it kind of sort of pushing against you. It's because steam wants to rise. You can actually abuse that fact to pressurize it and force a turbine to spin. I didn't say, like, stick your hand in the freaking pot of water. But yeah, definitely be kind of cautious using, like, playing around with steam. It's hot and it hurts. Now, the funny thing is, if we're talking about once I can get this power plant running stable, which will not be today, I'm going to take a short break from streaming Satisfactory. I will stream a different game. I do not know which game it will be, but I know I have at least one vote to stream Auction Not Included. And I love Auction Not Included. It's a great game. And the way I play it gets very technical, and most of it is at least loosely based around real world principles. And we can get into some funky ways to make power in that game. Okay, so Shy, we have uranium waste in the last blenders now. I've never really looked into Astroneers. One of the things I am going to preface me taking a break and playing another game. First and foremost, I want to not burn out on this game. I've been playing this game for 8 months straight. I need a little break between playthroughs. I think that's justifiable. So I need to figure out which one of these is my center one. I really should have marked which one ran out last time. So, if I run out of sulfuric acid again this time, please remind me to mark which machine runs out. Either put a sign in front of it saying, this machine sucks. Or paint it a different color saying, this machine sucks. But what I was saying about another game is I want to break from this game, but I also don't want to get into another multi-thousand-hour game. Because that wouldn't be a break from this game. That would be me switching to another game. And I know you guys love watching me play Satisfactory. You guys seem to really enjoy this game. So I don't want to step away. I don't want to actually stop playing this game. I just need a little break so I don't get too frustrated with it and burn myself out and not want to play it anymore. I took like a 2-month break. Yeah. I would also like to take a moment to remind you that if you have not already, please remember to smack that like and subscribe button over there on the YouTube. And if you're over there on the Twitch, smack that follow button. I believe we still need one more follower to hit 200 over there on the Twitch. So who's it gonna be? Who's gonna be number 200 on Twitch? Who's gonna be 523 on YouTube? So right now, Shy, all of these are reading 50. So I don't know if it's fixed. That's the problem. Last time it went multiple hours before it just started bleeding out a little bit. And remember, I've got that bin over here. Let's go check the bin. That might be an easy way to check. That one's still pretty damn full. That one's still pretty damn full. Still pretty effing full. That one, kind of fluctuating. Ooh. Yeah, I think I see why that one's fluctuating. Yeah, I've got a pump on every other one to set directionality, but I did not have one on that one. As far as a biofuel power plant, the only problem with biofuel is you could make a ridiculous amount of power with biofuel if you were willing to put in the work. I want automation. And you can't automate biofuel. Like at some point in time, you're going to have to go kill critters or cut down trees or pick leaves and pick flowers. Does a pump do a better job at setting direction than a valve? Arguable, but I would say yes. As long as you're not worried about head pressure. I'm not worried about head pressure on those because there's already a pump underneath the floor. So is there any more questions while I'm flying around waiting for this to screw up? I'm gonna go get the nitrogen set up at you know what? No, I know where I'm gonna go. There's a really easy drone port I can set up nitrogen at. The one over there. The 3,000 nitrogen one. I have not had any issues yet using valves for force direction in my designs. Yeah, I've had some issues. It forces like a throughput issue. Or it seems to. It could easily be caused by something else, and I'm just stupid. The reason I'm going to this one to set up my drones is I am using 7 power augmenters. The reason I'm going to this one is this is basically the only nitrogen node on the entire map that gives you exactly X number of pipes that are pure. We'll set up our drone port over here. Let me get rid of some of this horrible, disgusting nature. I should have made nukes. Because I need 5 drone ports here. Though I do have a slight issue at my aluminum plant with sloshing, but it's holding for now. Is it sloshing on water, or the other summer solution being used to make SAM? SAM, yes. There's only really 2 resources in the game that you can't make more of with SAM. So using it for SAM is kind of always my go-to. Because like I can make more of everything else, but not SAM. SAM and oil. Those belts are trash. I don't care about them. Sloshing in the alumina solution. One thing I find for alumina solution is never let it run a full pipe. Like when I'm setting up my Illuminous factories and stuff, I purposely keep that pipe from being full. We'll end up moving this power tower. Fine. One more. Yeah. Like I said, I've got 103 summer sloops available. 33 of those are used to make more SAM, and the other 70 are used in alien power augmenters. Production. Now, hold on. Organization. Big storage bin. God damn it. Hate when it moves at the last second. And I know that's me that's doing that. Packager. Do I need to automate adaptive control units? Yes. Every single thing in the space elevator automate. Because everything you need from phase 1 is used in phase 2. Everything you need from phase 2 is used in phase 3, and so on and so forth. The only thing that is not is nuclear pasta, and that is because nuclear pasta doesn't go into any... Well, no, it goes into things. Yeah. Automate everything for the space elevator. Until you get to phase 5. Then you can sloop that shit. If you're not sure what I mean, when I blow through the space elevator, and I always just fly through it, I literally just I literally just sloop my way through it. It's just the fastest way to do it, in my opinion. Is the best way? No. Am I going to do it on my next playthrough? No, because my next playthrough is going to suck. And I'm sure you guys are going to make sure it sucks. And by that, I mean I let my chat choose rules for my playthroughs. And for some reason, my chat's full of a bunch of sadists who enjoy my pain and suffering. If they say they don't, then they're lying. Okay. Does anyone remember which ones we did last time? So we've got, I think it's 19, 18, 17. So we'll start with 16. Nitro 16 out. Nitro 15. Do a max ballistic warp drive 100x max power consumption. I already have the idea for the next playthrough. Alright. There we go. It'll be max power consumption, max space elevator parts, maximum recipe cost multiplier, and all impure nodes. And then I'll let you guys. And there'll be no handcrafting once I can get away from handcrafting. So, like, if I run out of power, I'm allowed to handcraft biomass to get back onto power. And before I actually have automation of any type, I'm allowed to handcraft. And there will be no turning down there'll be no mass underclocking. Like, if I need 5 machines and each one needs to run at like 95%, I run 4 of them at 100 and I set the difference on the last machine. Because obviously I could get past the power consumption multiplier by just underclocking everything by a dramatic amount and just building a crap ton of machines. Obviously, I'm no stranger to building a crap ton of machines. So that one's kind of would be kind of cheaty. But we will be doing, as we get closer to that playthrough starting, we'll be doing polls in chat to set my rules. Because I know you guys like pain and suffering, so bring it on. But I get a break between this playthrough and that playthrough. That's one of my rules. Game just crashed? Have you upped your U item limit yet? Ever since I did that, I've only had like 1 crash. Okay, so that's 2 places of drone ports. And that one, like I said, is easy to do because it's in my Discord. If you search in my Discord for the word limit, you'll see multiple posts on how to do it. One from me, one from Dracus, and one from Drake. Wow, we're getting a crap ton of views on this. Alright, let's go check nuclear real quick. I'll leave my jetpack on. I feel like I need to stay around the buses because everybody always comments on the massive amount of belts I have here. It's beautifully horrific. I love it. I appreciate it, JK. It's also kind of PC melty. There's been a couple people that have tried to load this save, and their PC's just like, no, I don't want you. That is scary. Okay, so we have not backed up that belt yet, Shy. I don't know if Shy's still listening or not. But welcome in, JK. How are you doing? How's everybody doing? Like I said, we're getting a lot of views on this stream, so there's a lot of new people lurking and hanging out and just popping in. How the hell's everybody doing? Having a good Thursday. Okay, it hasn't started backing up at all, Shy. I'm doing awesome. Thursday is basically my Friday, so this is my last stream of the week. So I'm going to take a break after this. That in and of itself is fantastic for me. So I'm going to go over to the other pipe. No, you know, we're never going to dig. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 523. You are absolutely amazing. I don't care what anybody says. I think you're awesome and fantastic, and I love you. In a purely platonic way. This is all the nodes into one mega factory, yes. We're running out of sulfuric here. Yes, I have literally collected every single resource on the map, and chat made the rule that I had to make everything in one Uber factory. So, monstrous build. It may not be the prettiest. I may not have a bunch of really nice little buildings and blah, 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 blah everywhere. But I wanted to make sure my PC could handle me building all the buildings before I started worrying about, let's make this pretty or make that pretty. So I did make some pretty cool looking power towers. It's beautiful in my eyes, just like you. Oh, I appreciate it. Somebody thinks I'm pretty. Hear that, Casper? Somebody thinks I'm pretty. I'm the prettiest little girl around. Good God. What? She comes in and asks, what am I babbling about? I don't know. I never know what the hell I'm babbling about. That's why it's me babbling. I don't know what I'm saying. Yeah, I made some really cool looking power towers. Beyond that, it's all like very grid-like. I should play shapes. Yeah, so you're getting 5,025 reanimated SAM then, which I'm assuming 1050 of it goes to making alien power matrices for your augmenters. Which resources are you... Am I wouldn't say duping, but I'm not making any fixonium. I dump all my plutonium rods. As far as SAM consumption, yes, you were correct. 1,050 to make alien power matrices. The remaining volume, which I think is more than that, is being used primarily to make sulfur and nitrogen. There is a tiny little drop, just that speckle, that lint that you pull out of your belly button every day. About that amount is being used to make a tiny little bit of coal. Because the rule I had for this playthrough was I had to use all of every resource I could to make power. And if there was even a speck of SAM left, then I lied. So when I say that, I literally mean I make 0.67 coal per minute. And I'll actually get you this number. This number is hilarious. And that is using... find it on my Modler file. Where did you go? I know you're here. All right, here it is. That is using 0.06 SAM per minute. Might take my belly button, rub it on my coworker. I used to throw Skittles at my coworkers. Because at least, you know, then it's like, taste the rainbow, motherfucker. Now, bear in mind, I do have one constructor upstairs making SAM that is not slooped. So there's 5,000. Is that? 1, 2. All right, so yeah, your numbers are right. Oh yeah, for anybody who wants to save, it is available free on my Discord. And I also have a save where none of these belts here, when you see this conveyor pole here, anything to the left of that conveyor pole does not exist. And none of that exists. So if you ever had the dream, the desire, the insane idea, oh, how many screws could I make with all the world's resources? I have a save that gives you all the world's resources. You throw Chuck Taylors at people? What the hell are you doing with freaking Converse? I'm sorry, I'm old. I hear Chucks, I think Chuck Taylors. Oh yeah, that's literally because there's no power in that area. And at the moment, I've got a little bit less reanimated SAM than what's being factored, because one of my sloops is down here because I need a lot of empty fluid tanks because nitrogen's pissing me off. Yes, out of every resource on the map, nitrogen is what's pissing me off. Which is kind of scary when you think about it, because everybody's like, oh, nitrogen's a gas. It doesn't have head pressure. It should be easy. Uh-huh. It's so easy. I'm to the point I'm gonna drone the damn thing. I already have a small drone fleet ready to go. You know, just small. There's like 24 of them here. 22 of them. Okay. Well, let's go check nuclear again, see if we're backing up or running out of sulfur or sulfuric acid. My biggest issue right now, I have two huge issues. For some reason, my sulfuric acid refuses to flow at 600 per minute. And the second one is I have a slight issue with oil, which is either turbo fuel not going to the rocket fuel, or the rocket fuel not going up to the generators. One of those two happens all the time. It's generally the turbo fuel to the rocket fuel, but sometimes it's fuel to the turbo fuel. And because there's a slight discrepancy there, sometimes it's literally nitrogen not making the nitric acid to make the rocket fuel, which backs up the rest of the crap. But because I'm not consuming every speck, every drip, every little bit of freaking dew of oil on the map, I'm not making all the polymer resin I'm supposed to have. And the polymer resin goes into the rubber and plastic. Plastic is used in AI limiters to make electromagnetic control rods, to make uranium and plutonium fuel rods, and the rubber is used to make heat sinks to get rid of my plutonium. That's still running pretty close. The last time I checked this, it was at 106. Now it's at 107. So it might literally just be a little bit of fluctuation. But the single biggest challenge, how many hours do I have in this save? See, I get asked that. I said earlier, I get asked that all the time. 1,160 and 26 minutes. That's 1160 hours. 1,160 hours and 26 minutes. But the huge challenge of this playthrough, so many people are just like, well, I'm having an issue here or there. I'm just going to make more. I can't make more. Because I'm using all of the resources. Everything has to run perfectly. And I don't mean at 100%. Because the game likes to lie about 100%. I guess this is a way to see just how full the cell, all the nuclear stuff is, because obviously it takes a large amount of plutonium cells to fill up this entire row of manufacturers here. If you can't even tell, is all making plutonium fuel rods. Oh yeah, and everything in this build is freaking either fully overclocked, damn near fully overclocked, or it's overclocked to make a decent number. Yeah, there's 62 manufacturers here making plutonium fuel cells. So that is, right now it's about 11,000 plutonium cells. I'm making plutonium fuel rods. They take plutonium fuel cells. And I should be... Check my modeler file real quick. Yeah, 1149.3, so that's pretty damn close. Should be fluctuating between 1149 and 1150. It's a little bit spicy over here. But if each of these stacks at 200, there's 62 times 200 divided by 1149. That would take 11 minutes just to fill this system. That's not factoring in how much this consumes. If you ever tried to fill a manifold, it's a hell of a lot easier if you disconnect your out pipe. Disconnecting the out pipe forces the output buffer to fill up, which forces the input buffer to fill up. And this is... actually, I don't think this is set with smart filters. No, that one's not set with smart filters because everything that goes into that is under 1200. So definitely looks like I'm going to have to leave this save running for multiple hours after stream, which is fine. I'll just let it run in the background. I'll turn on mute when minimized, Still working on phase 3. I have a very long ways before I have to worry about that. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But hey, you're in oil. Phase 3 is an awesome phase because you get fuel production. Yeah. And just for curiosity's sake, 14.718 is what I saw when I opened this. The highest I have seen with the variation, the fluctuation, is 14.74. My goal is 14.757. And it's actually, it is 14,757,911 flat. And that does not factor in the hydro or the geothermal vents. I have all of them tapped. They're just not hooked up to the main grid right now. Because plain and simple, I don't want that fluctuation. And I don't feel like doing the math to know where my high point would be and my low point would be with those factored in. If I can get that at 14,757,911, I will turn them on. And just to see how high it climbs. I don't think there's any other, if I recall correctly, only that nitrogen source has an even number of pipes that comes out of it. Let's go. I know full well that the one in the Rocky Desert does not have a even number of full pipes coming out of it. Let's go check the one in the Dune Desert. One thing I will say this playthrough has massively taught me is where every resource is on the default map. And I mean every resource. When I say I've got them all, I played Pokemon. I caught them all. They are all, every one of them, fully overclocked, running Mark III miners. I am squeezing every speckle out of them. But the scary thing is, as big as this number is, I have a burning desire to go bigger. Now that's an even number of pipes. That's 3 pipes. That is 3 pipes exactly. And I don't have a... So that is exactly 1,800. Yep, cool. Where do I put my drone ports? Not that. That's nice. That's only 3 drone ports. Just build this. It's kind of a floating platform. We can put walls up later and make it look like it's not floating. Or we can just say screw it and have a floating platform. Because I don't really care. Transport. And drone port. I just realized I never actually powered up the last ones. At least I mean, I kind of have this build down. Shit. Ow, autosaves hurt. I want to... Let's go half of foundation. Here's a question for the general audience, for anybody who's currently listening or watching or anything like that. What feature from Satisfactory have you tried to use in another game? when you play another game, what is that feature that you just default to trying to use? And you have to remind yourself, oh, wait. I have two. I have two that I have to constantly remind myself I'm in the wrong damn game for that. Hello, Adam! How are you doing, bud? Manifolds. Learned about them in this game and try to use them everywhere I can. Oh, you're gonna love hearing mine. I'm gonna give you guys a little bit too, actually. I don't want to spoil it. A lot of people who are familiar with my channel know I play Planet Crafter from time to time, and I play Auction Not Included. What's going on there? Okay, I guess I didn't put that in the right spot. Especially in Planet Crafter, there's two things that there's one thing in Planet Crafter that I try to use a lot from Satisfactory, and there's one thing from that I try to use in Auction Not Included. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 524. You are absolutely awesome, and I appreciate the hell out of you tickling that subscribe button. Power wire. Boop, 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 and a boop. Yay! And now I'll put down some drones because we're gonna do two-way drones. Oh, and boop, and boop, and boop. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, and we're gonna package nitrogen gas, and of course, around here, we don't play with non-overclocked crap. Yeah, the two things that I find myself using all the time, trying to use all the time in the other two games I play. In Auction Not Included, that. I want my freaking calculator. In Planet Crafter, that. The middle mouse button, copy and paste. Those two features I freaking love about this game. And I have to like remind myself that no, I don't have a built-in calculator in Auction Not Included, which really sucks because there's a lot of crap you need calculators for in Auction Not Included. Alright, the base Control-C copy and paste, that I could do without. I mean, it's nice. But that middle mouse button when I'm trying to build something, oh, chef's kiss right there. Anybody who actually watches my Planet Crafter videos know I make like big storage arrays. For me, if I was rushing Satisfactory to get Factorio drones. See, I've never touched Factorio. Like, I've watched a few videos on it, but I want to play it, and I want to go in blind. Or as blind as I can. I guess I'm gonna learn what? Planet Crafter? I don't stream Planet Crafter, I just make videos on it. I have streamed Planet Crafter before. But my Planet Crafter series it's kind of a form of therapy for me. I make no qualms about the fact I have a fair amount of mental health issues. I have a huge issue with my self-confidence, my self-worth, all that stuff. You probably don't notice it much in my streams, but it's there. And one of the things that I fight with constantly as trying to be a content creator is why bother? When you start making videos, and I've seen a lot of creators complain about this, their first episode of a new series, it's all gung-ho, everybody wants to see what's going on and blah blah blah, and then you watch any content creator and you'll probably see episode 2 might have close to the same numbers, but it starts dwindling, and by the time you're on episode 10, 15, 20, you're at half or less than what you got on episode 1. And that hurts. So my Planet Crafter series doesn't get a lot of views, and I'm okay with that. It's literally me learning to tell myself to continue to make this even though it may not be getting views. It's me fighting that little voice in the back of my head saying, why bother? Why are you still making videos for this? I'm sure a lot of people understand that one. I'd appreciate it, Jeremy. It's not the greatest series in the world. It's definitely not the greatest editing. It's also, I use a lot of this content creation as an excuse to learn how to, oh shit, I just realized something. I never named those. I need to name those. I use a lot of the content creation as a way to learn how to edit. Because as I always say, I can only get better at making content by making content. And even more so by when you guys tell me what could be better. The PvE version of Satisfactory? Yeah, that's kind of what I've seen. And I'm a big PvE player. I don't really care for PvP. Like, I'm not a competitive person. Again, it comes down to the self-worth and shit. When something is demoralizing, it hurts even worse when you have issues with your self-confidence. But I try to keep this as a very, very, very pro mental health community. Because I know I'm not the only one that has mental health issues. And I'll never claim that. Okay, what were we on last? Shit. Screwed something up. So I actually need to start with Nitro 11. Nitro 11 out. Nitro 10 out. And Nitro 9 out. Boop. I just landed here searching for Satisfactory chill video, and here I am chilling, singing Satisfactory. Yep, I try to keep shit chill here. You do it because it's fun and other people find it fun. You go big. That's what I like about your content. Yeah, I definitely go. I definitely have a little bit of a hard time reeling in my delusions of grandeur. But even when I played other games, I've always done things to an insane scale. But I won't last long. It's kind of late here. Yeah, I can see that. I get a lot of European and stuff watching my streams. And I'm only going to be live for another half an hour or so. I stream Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday on the 2 Ts. Tuesday and Thursday, I stream from noon Eastern Standard Time here in the States to 7 p.m. And on Wednesdays, I stream a little bit later. I start at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and go till 8. And that's solely because Casper, my wife, has class on Wednesday. She doesn't get home until noon. So that gives us a little bit of time before stream to hang out and have lunch and blah, blah, blah. I feel like if this game became I think this game's already as mainstream as it's going to get. People would be in awe knowing what you did. I definitely think I've achieved something kind of impressive in this playthrough. And like I said, I have a playthrough in mind that probably won't happen until 2027. That's going to blow this one out of the fucking water. I used to look for max power builds when I started playing Satisfactory. I only found 2 terawatts. Hell, I did 2 terawatts last playthrough. Oh, you want to know the scary thing? The idea I have in my head could potentially yield 100 plus terawatts. I need to run the numbers. And I may download Modeler from itch.io because that should be a separate instance. But I can't run multiple instances from the Steam. I'm going to go for the night. Okay, that's fine, Fitz. We'll see you next week. And we'll see you in Discord. And for anybody who's not aware, I do have a Discord full of crazy-ass people like myself. If you would like to join said Discord, either the link is in the description of the stream, or type in !Discord in chat, and my handy-dandy bot will give you a link. Because I started schooled and it wouldn't be so late. Yeah, I can see that, and that's fine, man. Like I said, you've been here when there's people who pop in and say hi, just wanted to pop in and say hi, and then they take off. I mean, Heather's here at the beginning of every stream, and she's only here for probably about 10-15 minutes before she has to go back to work. That's fine. I appreciate everyone who comes to my streams, even the people who come in decide this isn't for me. This guy's too vulgar. There's too much profanity. This guy's too perverted, or this just isn't something I'm interested in, and they leave. I appreciate even those people because at least they clicked on the video. The only people I do not appreciate is the people who come in and decide they don't like the stream and smack that dislike button without telling me what they disliked. You're more than welcome to have your preferences, have your likes, have your dislikes. But if there's something I can fix, if there's something I can change, that can only happen if you tell me. So that is definitely building up now. It was at 106, it's now at 258. So we're losing something somewhere. Good night to you both, Idget and Casper. Have a good one, Fitz, and we'll see you next time. I changed my UI limit, by the way. Awesome. So you found the message. I'm going to go through these one by one. We're going to start on the top row, and then we'll go to the bottom row. And I'm going to see if I can find any that is not showing 50 sulfuric acid. Because that seems to be the #1 killer of my nuclear right now, is sulfuric acid. And the weird thing is, like, I make enough sulfuric acid, it's just a pipe issue. And I'm doing this kind of slow so that you guys can see it as well as I can, and so I can actually look at everything. There's a lot of times see, here's the problem, right here. Gonna paint that one a different color. But I did say, If I started having problems, I would paint it a different color. A lot of issues on the bottom one. Definitely some bleeding of sulfuric here. But nothing is, yeah, there it is. I was gonna say none of them are, not running at 100%, but yeah, there it was. Had one. The lower pipe is definitely not doing as well as the upper pipe. I don't know if you guys noticed that one or not. And by the way, thank you, Johnny, for dropping those Discord links. I appreciate it. Okay, and thank you, Casper. I saw Johnny's message. I didn't see Casper's. I already looked at the top pipe. So whatever I did for the top pipe, obviously I need to figure out which one the top pipe is when it comes to the refineries over there. That one's definitely out. But if you look at the two machines on the side, they're not that empty. And if I look at this machine, it's at 50. But if I come down here, oh, never mind. Take that back. Find the painted one right there. It kind of seems like neither one of these fixes is actually working. And I do know the first two pipes, those seem to be functioning, even though that's full, even though that's... Oh, shit. Let me try, I don't know, putting a valve on? That's gonna be too funky. How about we do a Mark 1 pipe here and here? That will force it to be 300 each direction. I don't really know how much I want to keep the buffers in line. But we'll try it with the Mark 1 pipes. At least Mark 1 pipe here. Can't really do it here. Yeah, I kind of can. No, not really. Definitely ain't got much flow right here. So this might be the better play, doing it like this. Let me try to see which one this is. I want to say it's the upper pipe. Pipe number 2. I don't know, do we just want to number the pipes like 1, 2, 3, 4? Let me grab organization, square sign. I don't have friggin' text on these. Right, so I can't do that one. It's kind of one of the crappy things. I want a sign about that big that just has a... None. What the hell is that? Oh, snow cannon. All I need is the number. We're gonna call this 1. It's the loneliest number that there ever was. 3 and 4. Okay. So trace us back. We'll do the same thing on the other side. We know this one here is 1. This is pipe number 1 right here. And that is the pipe to the left. Grab. Don't need that one. This one's fine. We'll put it there. And we'll put it here. Boop, boop, boop. And we'll set this to 1 and 2. Oh, that's not what I clicked. Maybe you. Alright. Let me make absolutely certain. So yes. This one will be 3, that one will be 4. Now it comes down to, do I go ahead and turn off the nuclear water and then have to wait until everything builds back up, or do I just say screw it and kind of see if it continues to increase or not. Right now we're at, that's full. So we are full right now. So now the question will be, does it back up? How much does it back up? Okay, so while that's going on, I'm gonna go to the nitrogen one that I need to go fix. Because that's not gonna take very long. Now, if you're not familiar with why I say I need to go fix one of the nitrogen drones, two of them got the same name. That needs to be corrected. So off the top of my head, I still have the Rocky Desert to set up correctly, and I have the Eastern Spires, the Eastern Cliffs to set up. Ah. Okay, that took me a little bit longer than I thought it would. What's going on, Atari? How are we doing today? Staying alive, that's all you can do. Especially if your username actually denotes if you're old enough to remember Atari. Okay, so that's 13. That's 14. I got two that are named 14, so this one needs to become 13, not 143. We're not doing pager codes. Who's actually old enough to remember pager codes? Alright, better question is, who's old enough to remember pager codes and actually knows what the hell 143 meant? It's a better question. It's not. Oh, it's not showing that because it can't be a destination from this one. He's in his 40s. I am in my 40s. I'll be honest. I remember pager codes, and I'm in my 40s. I'm not gonna lie about that shit. Okay. So I have this one taken care of. I have this one ish. I haven't gotten drones here yet. I've gotten a drone here, and I haven't gotten drones here. Is there any other nitrogen I got up here? I'm in my 30s. I remember my 30s. It's been a hot minute, but I just got a little more experience. They call me Graybeard. Definitely getting more than enough gray in my beard. The funny thing is the volume of people who are in their 30s, 40s, or even 50s that watch streams for this game Because generally, when you think about like live streams and stuff, you sit there and think about like the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas, you know, the freaking teenagers in the early 20s. Senior Citizens Unite. I ain't senior citizen just yet. My back says otherwise, but. Okay. And I'm not going to take this all the way back home. Because, right there's my nuclear setup. Look how much space I have. What am I going to do with all that space? Need to get you a busty VTuber to stream with the kids. Yeah, the problem is I don't think a lot of the busty VTubers are actually busty. At least this age community is that's true. I mean, for the most part, I really haven't been trolled all that hard. I've been like lightly trolled and been like playfully trolled. But like, I started streaming back on like the Ark Survival Ascended community. That's got a bunch of jackasses in it. Nah, it's all dudes. I've made the statement that I think a lot of the Satisfactory community is male, because this game does seem to attract the male brain. But I mean, there's definitely been some women. It's primarily guys. I'm going to turn off nuclear water for a minute, because we are definitely backing up. So I need to let the sulfuric acid build back up in the machines. When you say busty, do you mean what I think, big tits? I mean, what else does busty mean? Is there another meaning to the term busty? Goddamn sausage fest around here. And we got a Maya and Casper. They break that up. And Casper has no desire to watch this freaking game at all. She's just here because she's married to me. Oh yeah, I get it. Though I will tell you, literally every time YouTube tries to promote a VTuber to me, it's a do not recommend channel. Do not recommend channel. I myself don't like watching VTubers. Though the problem is, one of my good friends is a VTuber. And I enjoy watching VTuber drama videos. So unfortunately, because I watch Skelly, who is a VTuber, and I watch VTuber drama videos, because I watch content creator drama videos in general as kind of this is stuff that you're not supposed to do. Do not do this. This is a case study and shit to not do as a content creator. It's like watching Turkey Tom videos or any of that stuff. Internet Anarchist or Gamer from Mars. Webby Waves. What is it? Wavy Webs Surf? You guys know who I'm talking about. Maybe. If you watch the same kind of content I do, you know who I'm talking about. Honestly, we're too old for that kind of drama. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I am. But at the same time, it's always nice to see, you know, it's sad to see when something tiny is blown out of proportion and becomes this major drama crap. But at the same time, it's also nice to know that it's possible for this little bitty tiny thing to get blown out of proportion and become this huge, massive drama. It's kind of a double-edged sword in that regard. And, I mean, we're from the generation of yo mama jokes and internet fail videos and all that crap, so at the same time, it's kind of just funny to watch people screw up. I mean, there's a reason why police body cam videos is such a popular thing on YouTube. Because it's fun to watch the misfortune of other people. Or it's funny, at least. I was going to say yo mama joke earlier. Hey, go where the hell ahead. As long as I know that it's all in good fun, I don't mind a bit of trolling. I don't... Age doesn't sound right. Bunch of old folks. We're like fine wine. We just got better with age. Except for our bodies, they got worse. If you hit the dislike button, your mama falls for AI videos. There's so many freaking AI videos out there anymore. I don't know which one's worse. The AI videos or the things that didn't happen videos. I mean, they're kind of one and the same, but... I guess it's more the things that didn't happen post on Facebook or Twitter or Blue Sky or Reddit or whatever, where you're reading it and you just know full well, yeah, that never happened. We all know that never happened. I don't know why you gotta lie. Okay, so I'm out of waste. I'm gonna give it about 5 minutes. Because that should... we need to burn off all the uranium waste. Let's see. We're not actually filling up on sulfuric yet. It actually got me kind of confused about why this isn't full. Needly like 1 or 2 machines to run out of waste. It's probably not going to be a tonight thing. But like I said, worst case, I'll fire this back up. I'll let it run. We now know which one the problem child is. We know which one we need to take out back and beat like a redheaded stepchild. And if you're a redheaded stepchild, I apologize for it, but it's a common freaking saying. I need to start thinking about food. But my thing is, I'll turn this on and see if it backs up in a couple hours. But if it does back up, I will not make any other changes. See how that works? And I do know this entire thing here is literally just a pipe issue. I have enough sulfur going into the sulfuric. I know that one, now that I fixed it. It just comes down to this pipe doesn't want to flow 600. Which is quite obviously a freaking problem. Wow, Jeremy throws a yo mama joke and chat goes really quiet. Yeah, let me go to the problem child. Scared everybody away, Jeremy. I'm actually kind of surprised you're over here on YouTube today, not over on Twitch. Speaking of which, I need to find somebody to raid. I need to find somebody to raid over on Twitch. Fishman, yo, what's going on, man? Quick tour. Yeah, we can do that. I mean, we're almost at the end of stream, but what do you want to see? Right this second, I am not running 14 mil. I mean, I can fix that real fast. Yeah, it's a lot. I said, honestly, it doesn't matter. Will I be back? No, I will. I will be actually. I'll be signing off for the night here in just a few minutes. Yeah, because unfortunately, this is a huge build. Otherwise, I will be back Tuesday at noon Eastern Standard Time to continue trying to... This is the biggest I've ever seen. It's definitely up there. I mean, if you check out BL Andrew, he builds stuff that makes mine look small, but he doesn't like to overclock things. And bear in mind, there's multiple levels to this. Like, there's a whole floor underneath of this. This is what we call the refinery floor. And there's 4,680 fuel gens. And this playthrough does actually take into account me having every single spec of every single resource on the map. Hence, ginormous belt highway. Nope. I run 2 mods at the moment. One mod is literally Sky UI, which I don't even use in this playthrough, but I use it for the same reason every other content creator has it, so I can make screenshots for thumbnails. And I run a mini sync mod. This small awesome sync mod solely for the fluid mod. Or the fluid sync. And that's just so I can test my pipes. Because like oil I could test easy. Oil-based diamond into 2 particle accelerators, down a sink, easy. Nitrogen is a lot harder to test. But like I said, it is 7 o'clock. I have been streaming for 7 hours. I am tired. I want a cigarette. I want food. So I'm going to leave it here. If you have not already, please remember to smack that like and subscribe button over there on the YouTubes and the follow button over on the Twitch. Let's see who is going to be number 200 on Twitch. And Fishman wins. Follower number 200 over there on the Twitch. Thank you. And we'll be back Tuesday. I'm going to try to find somebody to raid off to over there on Twitch because we got 17 people watching over there. Let me find somebody else playing Satisfactory. And somebody who's a little smaller than me. Maybe somebody who hasn't been streaming very long. I think that's what uptime means. Let's go for low to high. Let's get you guys to somebody who doesn't have a lot of viewers. Here we go. OP Matt tags English. Has 0 viewers. So let's go share some love. And it's his first time playthrough. So go right over to him on the Twitch. Oh, we got 17 on YouTube too. Did we raid over to there? I don't even know how the hell to raid over there. How do we raid on Twitch or on YouTube? Let me see if I can figure this out. No, that's not it. Details. I'm going to have to look into how to do rating on... Here we go. Redirect. Ooh, Moose is... Oh, damn it. Moose is upcoming. When does Moose go live? Because he's playing Satisfactory as well, and he's a buddy of mine. Moose. Live. Give me just a second, guys. Oh, he goes live in an hour and a half. Yep, not gonna happen. Sorry, Moose. Let's find Satisfactory. Twitch is not rating because I haven't ended the. All right, here we go. We're gonna raid over to. I don't even know who this is, but yeah, we got a raid over on Twitch or on YouTube. So thank you all for hanging out. Again, like and subscribe, follow on the Twitch, and we'll see you next time. Till then, I've been an Idjit. Bye, everybody. And let people know that, Idjit's raid.